Alright, y'all, what's going on? We're going to go ahead and start the live stream here. Currently what we're looking at is a very dangerous storm right now located near Hays, Kansas. I was not expecting to live stream here. Currently what we're looking at is a very dangerous storm right now located near Hays, Kansas. I was not expecting to try to fix the audio here. See if that helps it. Yeah, I'm working on fixing it. Does that help at all? Can you guys hear clearly now? Yeah, I'm working on fixing it. Sounds good on my other live stream, so. You guys hear clearly now? Sounds good on my other live stream. All right, so we are eyeballing a very dangerous storm. Thanks, Z, for letting me know. Very dangerous storm right now near Hays, Kansas. Now, this storm actually was producing softball-size hail as of about 10 minutes ago. That is extremely dangerous hail. There's also now a tornado warning out ahead of it. So it's heading over to Beaver, Kansas. Tornado warning now for Beaver, Kansas. This is just starting the day, guys. We know this has potential to be a tornado outbreak today. Let's go ahead and put... this is a new tornado warning that just popped up. Radar indicated rotation. It's also tossing golf ball size hail as well. There are storm chasers in the area, so we will be able to check Twitter here in a second. So this is a new tornado warning now, includes Beaver, Kansas. This is let me pull up my radar on my other phone here. This is dead center Kansas. For those curious, let me know if my mic is too loud. I'm gonna turn down my mic just a little. I feel like it was really loud yesterday. Let me know if my mic is too loud, if it comes out weird. Blaze Weather, your area actually got upgraded to enhanced for tomorrow, I believe. Something to keep an eye on. But if you guys are just now tuning in, this is an active tornado warning now, includes the town of Beaver, Kansas. Let's go ahead and hop over back to radar. Let's pull the velocity scan, see how she's looking. This is pretty much a due north moving storm. Very odd to be tornado warned already early in the day. But we are expecting storms to be tornado warned here soon. Look at this one back here as well. We don't want to sleep on this storm back here to the west. This one's also got some really tight rotation. Looks like just northwest of Pfeiffer in Kansas. And then this storm's also tornado warned. I'm not seeing much of a rotation in this storm down here, but they have tornado warned it. Let's go ahead and pull the information here. Now, NWS and Wichita issued the warning for Russell and Barton counties in Kansas. This goes until 3:30 p.m. Central Time, so about 35 more minutes. Radar indicated rotation as well as golf ball size hail. So if you are in the town of Beaver, you should be in your tornado shelters already. This storm is pretty much on top of you. I'm not seeing insanely strong rotation just yet, but this is a tornado warning for a reason. I trust the National Weather Service to put this information. Still eyeing that storm back west, south of Victoria. It's also producing some pretty good rotation there on the southern end, right where you would want it. There is no tornado watch out. Just these are storms that have fired up and have already gone supercell mode early in the day. This is not the main show, but we are going to cover it because it is tornadoes. So that storm back to the west was dropping just massive amounts of hail earlier, softball size hail. So originally I wasn't going to start live streaming until about 5 o'clock local time, which is another few hours down the road because that's when storms are really supposed to start picking up. So I wasn't going to start live streaming, but all of a sudden I see this softball size hail indicator in the middle of a town. So I'm like, okay, I might as well go ahead and step in. And as soon as I went live, a tornado warning got put out. So really good timing here. Let's go ahead and pull Twitter. See if we see any hail photos or maybe even a tornado photo, maybe a wall cloud. That storm back to the northwest looks pretty good. We'll go ahead and jump back to reflectivity, see what the signature is looking like on it. This storm back northwest of Pfeiffer, south of Victoria, dropping some massive hail on it too. This one also dropped. You can see the hail right there in the purple on both of these storms. That's a huge factor today as well. Outside of a tornado outbreak potentially happening, it's going to be just a big day for large hail. Up north in Nebraska, a huge damaging wind threat as well. There's a severe thunderstorm warning out, or severe thunderstorm watch for Nebraska. Parts of Nebraska, I think Colorado and Wyoming are all part of that. 80-mile-per-hour winds possible up in Nebraska today, so that can do just as much damage or even more than a weak tornado. So want to be paying attention to that as well. Let's go ahead and pull integrated liquid, see what we got going on with hail here. Still just a massive amount of hail on this storm near Victoria. Beaver starting to pick up on the hail now. Let's go back to velocity, make sure we're not spinning up tornadoes just yet. I'm going to hop over to Twitter while you guys do that. Oh, I changed my password on Twitter. I forgot. Someone hopped on my Twitter this morning from Michigan, so I had to change my password. And I forgot. Come on. Now I gotta remember what password I gave it. Okay. So I figured out my password, which is the good news. I'm going to hop over Twitter here and see if we can see any photos. There's a lot of chasers in the area. This is a big area to be monitoring. I know that Brett Adair is live streaming on YouTube today. We'll pop over there if he gets anything. Let's go ahead and do Kansas weather on Twitter. I'll hop back over to radar here, make sure I'm not missing any. You can kind of see some areas of tightening rotation on this Beaver tornado warning. The scan, well, yeah, it's still there. You also have some pretty good rotations now nearing Beaver. So if you're in Beaver, please get to shelter. This is Beaver, Kansas, north of Red Wing, Kansas. Also, this storm back here near Pfeiffer starting to really wrap up now. So you should be in your, I would say if you live in Pfeiffer, maybe even prepare to get to your spots as well. Not only because of a potential tornado, but the hail, a massive amount of hail, softball size hail coming from that storm. But this is all part of, this is actually the beginning stages. I would even say the pre-show of what's going to be a potential tornado outbreak later today. These are only just the beginning storms. These storms fired up this morning. Dan asked, can a hail cause CC drop? Yes, it can. Absolutely. Big hail like softball size absolutely can pull up on CC. A lot of times it will. We're probably getting pretty good CC drops back here from this Victoria storm. I'll check that here in a second. I'm trying to get my Twitter loaded. But these are all storms that fired up this morning in West Kansas, just kind of making their way east along the warm front. Right now, there's no significant outbreak threat yet. That's for later on. I'll go ahead and let's go ahead and switch you guys over to Twitter here. I'm going to show you a photo of this big time hail producer. This is the Beaver, Kansas tornado warning storm, courtesy of K. Soldani, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. 3 on Twitter. You can see the pretty good hail core right here. There's the left edge of the hail right there. No, this is not a tornado. I know it kind of looks like one. That is just a heavy area of just straight hail. So a pretty healthy looking storm. This is the tornado warning storm that is passing over Beaver as we speak. Let's go ahead and hop back over to radar Omega. Wish it would stay on that. Just wanted to change it. Yeah, guys, absolutely. You don't see any warnings. Max, maybe kind of refresh your app. Sometimes it does that. I don't know what app you're using. There's actually 2 tornado warnings now out. This is a newly issued tornado warning back here. This is going to be the more alarming. This might also have a tornado on the ground right here, nearing Beaver right now. These both are rotating very significantly. Look at this one now. This one back south of Victoria is probably about to produce a tornado. This one down near Beaver looked like it weakened a little bit. Still radar indicated on that one. There's that tornado warning that just popped up back here. This is this is also radar indicated. Tornado, tennis ball size hail. So both these are not only large hail, they're seeing potential tornadoes. This is a spot that we want to. Let's check out some storm reports here. There, as of 2 minutes ago, there was a storm chaser reported tornado on the ground 4 miles northeast of his location. That would be southwest of Victoria, right on that southern end. So that tornado report came in about right here. He is reporting a tornado on the ground. Let's see. There's other reports. We got rotating wall cloud reports and another tornado report. So multiple tornado reports coming in from the storm south of Victoria. So we can probably go ahead and consider this to be a tornado on the ground. At least confirmed tornadoes right now southwest of Victoria. Let's go ahead and fix these captions so you guys are tracking. So if you're just tuning in, we are on a tornado warning storm. 2 of them actually. One of the storms has a confirmed tornado by weather spotters. Cone tornado to be exact, southwest of Victoria. It's been reported, looks like 3 times now. Another report just came in from Storm Chaser. Tornado observed 3.4 miles northwest from his current location. So there is a tornado on the ground, or at least a tornado was observed near Victoria, Kansas. Let's go ahead and zoom in on that storm and its rotation. Here it is. So right here's where the tornado would be. We'll check CC drops here in a second. So just northwest of Pfeiffer, southwest of Victoria. If you're in Pfeiffer, you should be anyway in your tornado safe spots. This is a confirmed cone tornado on this storm southwest of Victoria in central Kansas. We're starting to wake up already, guys. This was part of the event that was supposed to take place today. There is a moderate risk now out, 15% hatched tornado risk today. These are just the beginning. These storms are there's also supposed to be more storms back to the southwest to fire up later. So this is just the beginning of this potential tornado outbreak today in Kansas. I'm still watching that storm back to the east that includes Beaver, Kansas. its rotation has weakened quite a bit, but this storm to the southwest of Victoria is still holding some pretty good rotation. It's also confirmed by weather spotters, so we're going to stay on it for a couple minutes. Looks like the rotation on the next scan is weakened just a bit, still there. Still could be a tornado. So let's go ahead and pull correlation coefficient. Correlation coefficient helps us see if there's any debris being lost in the air, but it could be picking up hail as well, so we'll be careful when we actually pull it. On the CC drop, I don't see anything. Of course, this is in the middle of nowhere too, so excuse me. I had lunch before we started this, so we'll go ahead and check hail stones as well. Still some ginormous hail coming from this storm, anywhere from just outside of Victoria, maybe even impacting Victoria a little bit to just north of Pfeiffer. Let's go back to velocity so we can see the rotation in the storm. But again, if you're just tuning in, this is a confirmed tornado by weather spotters. I don't know if NWS has updated that yet. It has not been updated yet. Still radar indicated according to NWS Dodge City. But this is according to about 4 or 5 different reports, a tornado on the ground, or was a tornado anyway. It may not be on the ground anymore. This was a confirmed tornado briefly, cone tornado, and it would be right in here, where that red and green, especially that bright red, orange color is mixing with that green. Maybe right there could be a tornado. And when you get your wide circulation like we're seeing right here, where there's colors mixing up here, colors mixing down here, you typically means you're going to have maybe a big tornado on the ground, and a cone tornado would make sense, because it doesn't mean that this whole thing is a tornado. Likely what's happening is you get your rotation moving away this direction, your rotation moving this direction. And so somewhere in here, you're going to get your tornado. It doesn't necessarily mean the whole thing is a tornado. If I were a betting man, that tornado would probably be right here if radar is correct. Wow, this next scan. Okay, this next scan is not good if you live in the area. Wait for it to load on here. This is definitely going to be a tornado on the ground. Significant rotation right here. That is massive. If I were a betting man, there would probably be a tornado on the ground right now. Southwest of Victoria, confirmed tornado, cone tornado just moments ago by weather spotters. I would definitely say there's probably a tornado still on the ground. Let me get back over the chat here and see what we're talking about. Yeah, it is a little bit ahead of schedule. The bigger tornado event wasn't supposed to start until this evening. So I wasn't expecting to go live yet, but absolutely, I'm really happy we did. Definitely a potential for a big tornado to be forming right now. Southwest of Victoria. This is a confirmed tornado by weather spotters, and likely the National Weather Service will agree with that here in a second. Okay, so they have updated it. So this is now a radar confirmed tornado on the ground. Locations impacted include Pfeiffer and Munjor. At 3:06 p.m., a confirmed tornado was located near Munjor, moving east at 10 miles per hour. Slow-moving tornado. Let's go ahead and zoom in a little bit here, get closer. So there is Munjor right there. Munjor may have easily maybe took a hit. I'll pull CC drops here in a second. But this is a confirmed tornado on the ground happening right now, southwest of Victoria, per the National Weather Service. So let's go ahead and update that. If I can type. I'll check y'all's chats here in a second. It said it was moving east, right? Yeah, it did. Very slow moving tornado too, which kind of leads me to believe that maybe it won't be on the ground very long. But just looking at these radar scans, as soon as I said that, as soon as I saw that last radar scan on radar scope, I was waiting for it to update on here. and somewhere right in this area is probably a big tornado on the ground. It might be rain wrapped a little bit. I'm going to pull a correlation coefficient on my phone before I pulled up on here to see what it looks like. Okay, I don't see any CC drops just yet. Right here's Victoria. Right here's Pfeiffer. Mungjor was mentioned in that confirmed tornado report by the National Weather Service, so hopefully they kind of missed it. It looked like maybe it didn't strengthen until right outside of town, so looks like there's an airport right here. I believe that's the Hayes Regional Airport. Certainly a pretty serious situation. This is a confirmed tornado on the ground. Just southwest of Victoria, Kansas. We're getting started already with the tornado outbreaks. Yeah, Dan, no CC drop just yet. We'll wait for radar to update. The last time I updated was about 5 minutes ago, so we're waiting for radar to update here. As soon as it does, we'll get a better idea. That's why I keep looking at my phone. I feel like radar may get just a little bit slow on the updates every now and then. And looking at radar scopes velocity scans, there certainly could be a tornado still on the ground. I don't see anything on CC. We'll wait for next update on CC. Let's go ahead and browse Twitter. Well, not us, but I want you guys to keep looking at radar. I'm going to browse Twitter and see what we got going on here. Oh, I'm still on. Let's go back. Kansas WX. Let's see if anybody's got any pictures of a potential tornado on the ground. This is both weather spotters and radar confirmed tornado. Southwest of Victoria. If you know anybody that lives in the area, make sure you're letting them know to be in their tornado shelter area. It doesn't matter if you live in Victoria or Pfeiffer. It's hard to tell where these storms are going to shift. We've seen that the last couple of days. They'd be moving southeast, and boom, they're moving east suddenly, or vice versa. So very important that even though you're maybe not in the direct path of rotation right now, if you're within that tornado warning box, you need to be in your safe place. So Victoria's actually out of that tornado warning box. Pfeiffer, you are not. So let's go ahead and get to your safe place. Pulling up Twitter now. I don't need that open. Let's go ahead and go. I'm going to go ahead and scroll through real quick. See if anybody's posted any photos of a potential tornado or not. Okay, there is a video of a tornado on the ground as of 3 minutes ago. This is our tornado, so let's go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and pull it up here. Hold on. Oh, I guess I can't do it that way. Let's not do it that way. Let's go ahead and break away from that for a second. I'm going to take you guys over to Twitter to show you the cone tornado. It's hard to see. It's a little bit of a blurry video, but you can see the tornado on the ground at the base of the wall cloud right there. This was our storm, so this was an active tornado just a few minutes ago. Definitely a big tornado. Looks like a cone-shaped tornado. This is courtesy of Max Claypool at Mad Max Claypool on Twitter. Tornado on the ground near Hayes, which is this storm. Definitely a big tornado, which makes sense. We were seeing that on the velocity scan. So let's go back to radar. John Humphreys is close with it. Okay, I'll take a look at John's video here in a second. Let's go back to radar. Take a look at what it's doing. Pull back up where you guys can actually see. I don't know why it keeps doing that. Let's close that. So it looks like radar maybe is weakened down a bit. Judging by the very short video that Max had, that Max Claypool had, maybe it wasn't a very long-lasting tornado because it was only about a 10 to 15-second video, or maybe he was just trying to get it out too. But typically, chasers will record very short videos if the tornado isn't on the ground very long, or they'll just send in pictures if it's not a very long-lasting tornado. So we'll keep an eye on that. Let me see if I can locate I'm going to pull up Brett Adair's video as well. Honestly, if you were lucky enough to actually jump on these storms, because I know a lot of people were waiting for the bigger show, which is still pending tonight. I'm actually going to check National Weather Service. There is a miniature tornado watch out for these storms now. There is a potential for very large tornadoes with these storms that we're watching. This includes the towns of Salina, Kansas, Russell, Kansas, just northwest of Wichita. This is not the main show. Main show happens tonight. So primary threats of this tornado watch that expires at 9 o'clock tonight is a few tornadoes and a couple intense tornadoes are possible. I'm sorry. I am mistaken. A few tornadoes and a couple intense tornadoes are likely. Widespread large hail and scattered very large hail. Events to 3 inches in diameter. I don't know why I'm reading that. I'll just show you guys. We'll go ahead and hop over. It's super rain, right? Okay. I'm going to take you guys over to the Storm Prediction website, Storm Prediction Center website, to show you tornado watch number 209 that was just issued. This goes until 9 o'clock tonight Central Time, 10 o'clock Eastern. Not that that matters. 9 o'clock Central Time is when this tornado watch expires. Again, it includes the towns of Russell, Salina, all in central Kansas. The wording is pretty strong. It's hard to see this, but right here, tornadoes moderate risk. EF2 plus size tornadoes moderate severe wind. They do have a low for any violent wind, but look at the hail. High risk on severe hail and high risk for 2 inches or bigger hail. Not very common you see that. Primary threats: a few tornadoes and a couple of intense tornadoes likely. Widespread large hail expected with scattered very large hail events to 3 inches in diameter likely. Scattered damaging wind gusts 70 miles per hour likely. It's not very common you see them say likely at the end of every hazard. Just because that takes a lot of confidence to put the word likely at the end of that. A small and slow-moving cluster of supercell thunderstorms will likely persist for several more hours, posing a risk of very large hail, damaging wind, and isolated tornadoes. So something to watch for sure. This is the storms that they're talking about. Let's go back over to radar before we miss anything. Yeah, Twitter is nice, especially with. I about clicked on Twitter because I was talking about Twitter. Twitter is definitely my best friend right now. Let's go ahead and pull this up so you guys can see it a little bit better. Still a tornado warning. This was a tornado on the ground. I'm actually going to change the caption back to a confirmed tornado was reported near Victoria, Kansas. Because this is not sure. This does not look like a tornado still on the ground. So we'll zoom out a little bit. We'll pay attention back over here to the east near Beaver, Texas as well. That's still tornado warned. Just not as impressive on radar, which is why I wasn't quick to stay over there. You can see still some tight rotation happening here northwest of Pfeiffer. This is a slow-moving storm, slow-moving tornado. We've seen this the last few days from these storms in Kansas. It's just been really slow-moving. I'm watching Brett Adair's stream as well on YouTube. He's moving on the storm, this storm, so we'll kind of pay attention to that. But it's pretty these storms are really, really strong when the National Weather Service will put a tornado watch out specifically for storms that have already been going. So that's pretty impressive. Yeah, Casey's a little busy today. He'll come back in at some point this afternoon and evening. You go ahead and check Twitter again. I'm trying to avoid using Twitter on my computer because it kind of slows everything down. Okay, so Danny Boy tagged me. Okay. Danny Boy did tag me in a Twitter thingy. So let me pop that notification up, and then I'll show you. Pretty large tornado. Let me load that up. Go check radar one more time. Still tornado warning, 2 of them. Let's go ahead and take it over to Twitter. And we'll take a look at this photo sent in to me by Dan Cross 9. Dan, thank you for that. This is the tornado outside of Victoria 3 to 5 minutes ago. You can see you can clearly see the tornado with the edges right there. Definitely a nice little cone tornado on the ground briefly 3 to 5 minutes ago. Pull up velocity here and see if I need to answer Brad. I keep forgetting to answer my Chase partner's text messages. He's asking if I'm okay. Definitely a good-sized tornado there. We'll go ahead and look at that for a couple of minutes. That was taken 3 to 5 minutes ago right outside of Victoria. Yeah, who got that pick? Do we know? Just so I know who to give credit to. Dan might have took it for all I know. I know he's in here though, but I appreciate you sending that to me, Dan. I just like to give a person the right credit. That's a beautiful tornado picture though. That's probably the best one you're going to see so far. Still an ongoing rotation back here, northwest of Pfeiffer. This storm over here is no longer tornado warned, so we'll hop back deeper into the belly of the beast on this one because I know you guys can't see radar. I know I have you up on Twitter still. But the tornado warning that was over near Beaver, Kansas is no longer a tornado warning. But again, still a beautiful looking tornado there that occurred. I don't know why he keeps doing that. I got to figure out why it takes me away from this. But a beautiful tornado image there just moments ago from that confirmed tornado that was on the ground. I'm going to pull up the warning here. There is a new tornado warning, and they still have it as a radar confirmed. No, that's an old one. I'm sorry. That's old. It might not be radar confirmed still, but I thought for some reason I saw a new box, but I didn't. The way the velocity is looking, I don't see a tornado still on the ground just based on velocity scans. Let me still going through Twitter, see if we can find any more photos of that tornado. We're getting a few. I'm seeing a few photos now popping up on that Victoria, Kansas tornado. I'll take you guys back over to radar momentarily or briefly, and then I'll pull up more Twitter feeds here so I'm not scrolling through Twitter on the live stream. If you're just tuning in, this was a confirmed tornado near Victoria, Kansas. A lot of good photos coming in. I'm going to scroll through Twitter, get some more. Let's go ahead and exit out of that. A lot of good stuff coming in, so we're going to continue to scroll through Twitter and see if we can find some more decent photos. It definitely has roped out. There is a photo that just came in 2 minutes ago on Twitter of the rope out process, so this tornado is likely not on the ground anymore. All right, so let's get you guys back over to Twitter real quick. This is the rope out process of the tornado that was spotted near Victoria. This is by Tyler Periton. I'm sorry, somebody else. This is by Trey Fulbright, CF3_weather on Twitter, showing that rope out process 14 miles south of Victoria. I was looking at somebody else's photo. It looks very similar to this one. See if I can actually pull that one up. It's a little bit better shot. There's that tornado shot by John Humphreys, it looks like. So that photo I was showing you guys earlier was shot by John Humphreys of Severe Studios. Let's see if I can find another. Oh, let's go to the latest. There's a lot of incredible structure this morning, too. Gosh, I hate when there's no, like, this was 17 minutes ago, taken by Rob Hoff. Hard to see. It's pretty rain-wrapped. Somebody lost a windshield already. That didn't take long. If you lost a windshield already, your day's over with before it even gets started. That's why you always avoid the hail on those earlier storms. If you're going to lose a windshield, lose it a little bit later in the evening. Okay, so Jeff Frame got a picture of it. Again, courtesy of Jeff Frame at Vortex Jeff. There's a tornado that was on the ground near Victoria. Again, you can make out the... I am on Twitter, right? I do have you guys share the Twitter. Yeah, okay, yeah, I do. You can make out the... okay. Can I not? Interesting. Okay. You can make out the edges of that almost cone shape. It looks like maybe more of a tube shape right now on this photo, but it does go out to a cone, or maybe just the distance kind of blends in with the rain. But we know this was a cone tornado at one point. So this is another photo by Vortex Jeff. Jeff Frame, very skilled meteorologist from Illinois. I believe he's actually a PhD meteorologist. Okay, let's get back to radar. So we can see what we're missing here. Make sure you guys subscribe too. If you enjoy the live coverage, subscribe. It helps me a ton. I don't think anybody is... No, nobody's watching from Facebook because I turned that off. So everybody's here from YouTube. So another thing we're doing also is we started a public Facebook group. Now that the storms have kind of died down a little bit here, we'll talk about this. We did start a public Facebook group. So you guys can go there. It's just search for Zach Walters WX. Zach is spelled Z-A-C-H. Walters WX - public group. You'll see it. Be a picture of me. And you guys can go in there. Casey's a mod in there, so if he's paying attention, he can add you guys to the group. If not, I'll do it. And when we get in there, I'll kind of keep you guys updated on like maybe potential live streams in the future. Also, severe weather outbreaks. And then any photos you guys see, you can send it to me. That way I can pull it up here on the live stream instead of having to keep tagging me on Twitter. So if you have a Facebook, Zach Walters WX - public group, and get on in there. All right, so let's go ahead and edit this because we're going to get rid of that. We're going to do tornado warning. Near, where is this even near now? Is it still? Yeah, it's still close enough to Victoria. I'll keep it Victoria. Looks like the storm maybe is weakening just a tad. But with these storms today, they will recycle. It'll gain intensity again. And it'll be probably a new tornado warning before you know it. Let me check chats here, make sure I'm not missing any questions. Cool. Yeah, I believe it, Justin. There was some big hail. There was a report of softball-sized hail in the storm about an hour ago. There are photos on Twitter of windshield's absolutely just obliterated. Like none of it. I mean, it's there, but it kind of reminds me of Ace Ventura. You know, when he sticks his head out the window to drive. That's how you would have to drive in Hays, Kansas, right now. Ha ha. So rotation still wanting to tighten up here near Victoria. Looks like maybe trying to do a recycle here to the north. Right there. So we'll keep an eye on that. That is, before I say that, that is the only tornado warning out right now. Now, looking at like the storm chaser map that we have that you can get on radar scope and follow everybody's location, still a lot of storm chasers are targeting the western storms today. I just see a line of cars from anywhere from about Dodge City all the way up to Garden City, Scott City. What's up with all the cities in Kansas? Dodge City, Garden City, Scott City, Kansas. Just a line of chasers waiting for initiation back west. That's the real tornado threat today. Is those western Kansas into northwest Kansas supercells. These storms right here are just storms that decided to go up on the warm front and are deciding to spit down some tornadoes. Just giving us a little preview. It's all good. Still a big day ahead of us. Let me go back to chat here, make sure I'm not missing any questions from you guys. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Make sure you subscribe. There is still a tornado warning out near Victoria, Kansas. I'll give you the exact county. I always just say the city because people are confused about counties. Cities are a lot easier to find on a map. The counties, though, is for southeastern Ellis County. Again, this is due south of Victoria. Looked like we may have had a rotation. Wanted to do its thing here again south of Victoria. So many boxes right now. All four of these are because of ginormous hail. I'll zoom in here. You can still see a little bit of maybe a couplet trying to do something here. Just outside of Victoria, barely outside of town. Actually, on this next radar scan, there might be a new tornado developing, and it's getting very, very close to Victoria. Very close. Yikes. So this, when it loads on here, you'll be able to see it looks like another pretty significant tornado starting to do its thing, and this one's very close to the town of Victoria. I don't know where Shawnee, Kansas is, to be honest. I think Shawnee, Kansas is north. Eventually, I'll have cities in Kansas memorized. This is the third straight day in a row of live weather coverage where we've done it from Kansas. So eventually, I'll learn all the cities. But again, tornado warning. New rotation popping on radar. As soon as this radar scan updates, I will get you guys the newer update. It's taking a little bit of time here to scan. It is very close to Victoria. It would definitely be rain wrapped. You can see the mess. I mean, it's just a mess of a storm. All this in the way of the actual area of rotation. So this is likely going to be rain wrapped. You'd have to get in there, get in the path. But right there is the rotation we're watching now. The next scan, it's still yet to load. Radar scope has it up, and it looks pretty good. So I wish I could download a radar scope on this computer. It's not available on Chromebook. Eventually, I will upgrade my computer software and get a whole new computer altogether. There we go. There's the update. All right. So now you see the really tight couplet happening right here, as well as right here. And these are pretty tight. So you very well could have two areas of rotation. Okay, a new update, guys. A new update just came in. Victoria, get to your shelters right now. This is probably a developing tornado. Very close. This new radar update pretty much mixed these two together. It is very close to you. This could be hitting the south side of town. If it does drop a tornado, please, 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 please get to shelter. There's no new tornado warning yet on the storm. NWS Dodge City will likely update very soon, hopefully. But Victoria should be in their tornado safe areas. I know, Victoria, you're not under tornado warning right now, but I'm telling you, there's really tight rotation right outside town. We're talking maybe just 3 to 5 miles outside town. I can't believe there's not a new tornado warning yet. But what's happening is the storm is recycling. Okay, so the storm is recycling, and now it's producing possibly a new tornado on north of where the original one was. When do you think it'll get bad in Garden? Probably after 5 o'clock, your time, Central Time. There is a potential for some big tornadoes down there today. Of course, I'll be here monitoring it. But after 5 o'clock, the National Weather Service put it after 5 o'clock Central Time is when the big show's supposed to start. Okay, so there's the new rotation. Just popped up. You can see the tight couplet happening right here. Victoria, literally miles. I mean, we're talking probably 5 miles outside town now. Storm motion is slow. But I would assume a tornado warning would come out here soon to include probably these towns right here. Probably one of those little guys. With that rotation being right here. So be ready for a new tornado warning. I would hope. It's still really good on radar right now. You can see it right there. Let's go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and update something here. Still no new tornado warning yet. The rotation, though, is nearing Victoria. Please seek shelter. This is still not tornado warned. There are chasers on the storm. I mean, there's a chaser basically in the path of this. So we're going to know if there's a tornado or not. That original tornado warning does expire in about 4 minutes. So we'll see, or 5 minutes. So we'll see if it continues. But we're watching this right here. That is the rotation that we're watching right now, just outside of Victoria. We'll see what the next radar scan does. Okay. So the next radar scan has it weakening just a little. Right here is the original location of that rotation. You can tell that's not as bright green, not as bright red now where that originally was. I'm not sure how Dodge City planned that, but so that rotation has weakened just a little. We'll still keep an eye on. Again, these are the storms that that was caused to that the Storm Prediction Center put a tornado watch out on. So just these storms alone were strong enough that the Storm Prediction Center thought, okay, we should probably put out a tornado watch. And they did a little time ago. Oops. Let me check the chat here. Make sure I'm not missing anything. All right, so let's keep monitoring these storms. I'm going to go back to the Storm Prediction Center here. And see if a tornado watch has been issued yet for those western counties. There's only one mesoscale discussion out right now, which is interesting. So right now, the Storm Prediction Center is leaning towards only right now. We're still early in the day, so I'm actually not going to say that. We're still really early in the day. Like I said, these storms fired up early, and the big thing to remember is that the bigger storms later on in the day are not supposed to occur until after 5 o'clock Central, maybe even after 6 o'clock Central. They're supposed to be about between 5 and 10 p.m. Central Time. So it's only 3:43 Central Time right now. So we still got a couple hours, maybe a few hours, so the storms back west even fire. But right now, the storms to watch are these right here. Looks like the National Weather Service did drop that tornado warning. So that's good. That there's no active tornado warning, no active tornado threat at the time or at the moment. We will continue to watch, though, because there's still areas of rotation. And these storms today, let me go ahead and get us off of velocity because that's getting annoying to stare at. And at some point today, I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, I did that right. One of those days, guys. And obviously, at some point, these storms could recycle, but yeah, really hot in my house for some reason. It was feeling fine earlier. Now I'm like sweating. Maybe because I started doing something. So while we have a couple minutes, I'm gonna go get a thing of water. And I will be right back. Enjoy the music, guys. I added this music to the wait period. So I'll be right back. Severe weather coverage will continue momentarily. I need to hydrate. BRB. right, y'all. I'm back. Oh, got some crackers too, so I can snack later on. You guys enjoy that music? I enjoy that music. I was actually listening to it for a couple minutes before I brought you back on. So let's go ahead and see what we got going here. Make sure you guys subscribe too. The whole goal of this is to provide. It's basically free because obviously YouTube doesn't charge you to watch videos. So it's kind of like a free way to receive, your severe weather coverage. So. Okay, hang on. All right, let me know if that fixed the mic at all. All right, mic test. All right, mic test. Here we go. Yeah, so for some reason, with the mic, if I go to break and I mute my audio, I have to like switch it back to the laptop's mic and then back to this mic. It just doesn't register it for some reason. But thank you guys for pointing that out. I would have probably talked for an hour without even noticing. All right, so let's get back into things here. Still pulling up some. Still checking tweets. So far, John Humphreys has the tornado of the day. It looks a really, really big tornado, but I don't think it hit anything. And really, the radar image at the time didn't show that it was really hitting anything. So that's the plus side. However, it's a big tornado, and we just started the day. So let's see here. I had a question. Do I cover weather outside of the U.S. if it gets crazy? It just depends what kind of weather it is. If there's like a super typhoon going through somewhere, maybe I'll cover it, or a hurricane hitting like the Philippines, or not the Philippines, but the Bahamas or the UK, maybe. But usually I just stick with U.S. weather. Yeah, please do. How do I do this here? I clicked on something wrong. Please, guys, give this video a like, subscribe for more severe weather coverage throughout the year. Hurricane season is right around the corner. So definitely if you live in the hurricane-prone areas, you definitely want to follow this YouTube page. I'll be doing live YouTube stuff, live coverage of that. Tornado Alley, of course, always. Midwest weather, anything. My gosh, anything. Follow this page. I'll be going live every time there's severe weather happening somewhere. today and tomorrow look to be significant severe weather days. So you definitely want to be subscribed to this channel, especially if you live from Oklahoma. Actually, I'll just show you guys. How about that? I'll just quit talking and show you guys. Tomorrow is a big across parts of Central Plains, anywhere from the Texas Panhandle all the way up to Illinois, even maybe into Indiana tomorrow. We'll see some type of severe weather threat. It is going to be a very busy day. Just as today. We already started off at 3 o'clock. I went live and we already had tornado reports, tornadoes on the ground. So, will these severe thunderstorm warnings come to Independence, Missouri? I know that's near Kansas City. Today, I don't know. I don't know if they'll reach that far. If they do, it would be just wind. There is a pretty high wind threat for parts of Kansas City today. It would probably be after sundown too. So make sure you have a way to receive warnings because that wind threat. There's gonna be a line of storms that forms up in Wyoming. It's just gonna truck right across Nebraska and into Kansas and northern Missouri. So definitely have a way to receiving warnings just in case. We have a new tornado warning, so we will stop that. So we have a new tornado warning now. This does include the town of Victoria, Kansas. Tornado warning. Let's go ahead and pull velocity scans. Yeah, John, you said the same. As soon as I saw it, I saw your comment. So let's go. Tornado warning includes Victoria, Kansas. I believe this is just radar indicated for the time being. It is. Still dropping massive hail. Big time hail in the area. So tornado warning does include Victoria, Kansas. This is radar indicated rotation. Kind of a sloppy tornado warning. However, they're probably looking maybe back here and maybe in here as well. Let me pull it up on radar scope. Yeah, it's I don't know. That's pretty tough. Pretty tough to see. This is in the same area that had tornado reports earlier, so it's doing what I said. It's just recycling. That there was a tornado reported by a storm chaser about right here. Oh wow, that's a big X. Okay, about right there is where that storm chaser reported that elephant trunk tornado from earlier. And so this is pretty close to the same area as that previous tornado report. So that's what it is, man. And one of these days when these storms are moving slow, it just keeps recycling. That's why that tornado watch was put out. So yeah, I live in the Midwest too, man. Western Indiana. It can be pretty boring. Just a lot of Casey's gas stations and disappointment, really, in the Midwest. A lot of corn too. Yeah, Patrick. Yeah, we're still eyeballing the storms back to the west, or I guess lack of storms right now. They will probably fire up within the next few hours. I didn't plan on going live today until about 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock Central Time, but we had a few tornadoes already reported, so I wanted to get in here, especially especially with it impacting populated areas. So I wanted to get in here. It's hard to see it, but there is a tornado warning right here. A little odd polygon, but it's there. It includes the towns of Pfeiffer, Victoria, Walker, all in central Kansas. Let's see if I can switch radar. There's a closer radar here than Dodge City. I don't think there is, though. I don't think Wichita would pick it up as good as Dodge City. No, it's really the only one. So we'll stick with Dodge City for now. I believe they're the ones issuing the tornado warning anyway, so. So yeah, Dodge City did issue it. It is for southeastern Ellis County. It's about the second or third tornado warning they've had today already. Very slow moving storm. It's moving at 10 miles per hour to the northeast. So if a tornado does touch down, it's going to be moving very slowly. Tornado, tennis ball size hail. So still big hail falling as well. And I think the big reason why we're not getting very many larger tornadoes because of how slow these storms are moving, which is something I've said a couple times in the last few days of live streaming, is these storms are struggling to put down big tornadoes for a long time because I think they're just moving 5, 10, 15 miles per hour, and that's just it's too slow. Retimber's live and nothing to see it. Okay. I'll kind of keep my eye on all that. I'll also continue checking Twitter to make sure we're not missing anything. Let's see. Go back to hashtag KSWX. See if anybody's posted anything about. I wish this software would allow me to load multiple screen sharing, but it doesn't. I think it will, but I have to like pay like $100 something a month, and until I'm making money off of YouTube, I'm not doing that. So let's go ahead and scroll through Twitter real quick while you guys are looking at the radar. Trying to see if I can find a big hail reported from earlier. There's some footage of that tornado from earlier on here still. Wasn't that rain wrapped, really. It's pretty clear. But I'm trying to find something that is happening currently so that's relevant to what we're looking at. Charles Peak also had that brief tornado about half hour ago, 40 minutes ago now. But I don't see anything happening currently. Okay, here we go. This was about 8 minutes ago on this storm. I believe it's this storm. You can kind of see where they're getting at rotation from, or why they put that tornado warning out right there. A little bit of tightening rotation on the very southern end, just barely outside the town of Pfeiffer. Pfeiffer, you are in that tornado warning, so take it serious. Maybe something trying to dance a little up here near Russell. But obviously the main concern being this rotation right here north of Pfeiffer that's inside that tornado warning polygon. That currently is the only tornado warning. Oh, okay. I guess not. There is a tornado warning back in Wyoming. That's kind of minding its own business. It's on the southern end of the storms that are going to start forming up and doing some damaging winds. But that is, but there is a tornado warning out there. No chasers on it, obviously, because it's Wyoming. Instead, we're looking at a kind of a rain-wrapped mess going on right now. The storm is looking ugly on radar, and I don't mean that in a good way. But again, that area right yonder is what they're probably giving that warning for. Some pretty decent rotation there. You can tell by the bright reds, but then also you get some up here as well. We are decently from the Dodge City radar as well. Something to keep an eye on. Yeah, thanks, John, for pointing that out of the tornado warning in Wyoming. Definitely away from a lot of population, so we'll kind of pay attention to this one, considering there's about 4 towns in the path of it. I'm going to see if there's any storm reports lately from this storm. Most of them are just storm reports from earlier. And the latest skin of this storm looks like maybe it's weakened just a little bit. And that's the problem with these slow moving storms. Like I said, they want to start off strong, and all of a sudden, because they pretty much choke on themselves and they die, and then they recycle, and then they die, and then they recycle. They might put down a brief cone tornado, and then boom, gone. So that's the problem we're having right now. Will I be doing live coverage all night? Yes, I will be. If there's tornadoes, I'm live. I think the other day I was live for 6.5 hours total. I did an hour and a half at one point. I turned it off and then came back when tornadoes were on the ground. I was on for like another 4 hours. Do not recommend, but I love doing it. So, Dan, best way you can help me out? I mean, just kind of scan Twitter for me. If you see anything sticking out, type in hashtag KSWX. If you see anything sticking out, let me know. You can tag me in the comments, and I'll get the notification. I got it pulled up here on my Twitter. I actually have a notification on here. I was going to show you that storm, but I don't know if that's actually the storm that we're eyeballing. Okay, I don't know if this is the same storm or not, but I'll take you guys over to Twitter. So this is from Weather Watchers at WX Watchers KS. Tweeting at NWS Dodge City, storm west of Hollywood. Rude. Hashtag KSWX. So I believe this is the storm that we're eyeballing. This was about 11 minutes ago, 12 minutes ago. You can see it pretty good. It looks like maybe developing a wall cloud right there. So I would say that it probably is a wall cloud. So looking pretty good on that storm that we're paying attention to. However, last couple of scans kind of got it weakening a little bit. Again, that's just what's going to happen with these storms. Maybe the storm's back when they blow up back to the southwest, the bigger show later. Maybe they'll start to move a little bit quicker. Maybe we'll get some bigger tornadoes. I know a lot of people are talking. I know a lot of meteorologists were saying it was a big day. So it's just all about patience right now. All we got to do is just wait and see what happens, guys. Tornado warning still there. Yep. Does not include Victoria anymore. So I should probably change that. But make sure you guys to subscribe. Also join our public Facebook group, Zach Walters WX public group. If you guys have asked to join, I haven't even looked yet. So I'll take a look here in a second. I shouldn't do that. Hang on. But while I'm editing the banner at the bottom, go ahead and hop on over. Again, that's Zach Walters WX public group. You'll see it. Also, be sure to subscribe as well for more continuing live weather action today. We're monitoring a tornado warning in central Kansas, just south of the town of Victoria. We're seeing a picture right here of that severe of that tornado warning that's trekking its way across the open Kansas land, just south of any population, which is great to hear. Just outside the town of Pfeiffer as well. We'll pull you guys back to radar so we can see what's happening. No storm reports from the storm just yet. There's a lot of chasers on it, so if there's something happening, we'll know, whether it's through Twitter or through a report on the app, like a storm report. Also, my thoughts and prayers are out with the people in San Jose, California. I know we had a viewer yesterday that was from San Jose. There was a mass shooting there today. 9 people were killed. So, of course, my thoughts are with the people of San Jose, California, and to the families of those who lost a loved one. Hoping our viewer that was from San Jose is okay as well. I don't remember what her name was, but she did say San Jose, I remember. Definitely a sad situation out there. Back to weather, though. Tornado warning still in effect. Still waiting to see any storm reports. We do have about 8 or 9 chasers that are pretty much underneath where the storm would be rotating. I still don't see any reports coming in lately of the storm. Let me check chat. I keep turning off chat and forgetting to look at it. But yeah, so let's go ahead and I see a lot of chasers also talking about whether to leave the dry line setup, which is scheduled for later, and to race east and capture these storms, or to stay back west. Obviously, with these types of setups, it's difficult watching tornadoes on the ground to your east, and then needing to decide whether to chase them and abandon your original spot, or to stay where you are and be patient. Me personally, to always just stay where you are, be patient. Looks like we might have a little bit of a tightening here. This storm is no longer tornado warned, but it will become tornado warned again. It will. Maybe something a little bit going on right there. But we'll go back to reflectivity for now. Also going to show you guys tomorrow's severe weather outlook too, while we're kind of dead right now. There's no warnings in Kansas. I know there's still a tornado warning up north, though, in Wyoming. But it's a pretty tight rotation also to the east, somewhere back over here near Wills. Keep an eye on. So let's go ahead and change all that. Change that. Let's go ahead and show you guys Storm Prediction Center's outlook for tomorrow while there's no active tornado warnings in our coverage area. The storms tomorrow, I've been getting a lot of questions like, what's going to happen? What's going on? So this is tomorrow's outlook. You can see even a threat all the way down to the U.S.-Mexico border, and then all the way up to include Indiana, central to southern Indiana, in that marginal risk. So a pretty wide area, and then a little area back here. The tornado risk, okay, they have extended that 10% from last time I checked. So the 10% tornado tucked in there, northeast Oklahoma, maybe extreme southeast Kansas, and extreme southwest Missouri. So that's like Joplin, Missouri, in that 10%, and then all the way back close to OKC. So we'll pull the cities here. Tulsa's in the 10%. OKC is just outside of it, and it's just southeast of Wichita as well. Big wind threat tomorrow as well. The black hash marks means that it's significant winds possible, so that's winds over 70 miles per hour possible in that area. But that 30% also goes all the way over to include St. Louis, maybe even Springfield, Illinois in there as well. Oh no, I'm a little bit further south. I'm a little bit off on my mapping apparently. But it's another big area, St. Louis all the way down to close to Amarillo, Texas, in that heavy wind. And then the hail, another big hail threat. This one includes close to OKC. This includes Woodward, Oklahoma, Wichita, Kansas, with the big time hail tomorrow. I have some friends that live in Wichita, so I have a friend that lives south of Wichita, so I'll be giving her a call tonight, letting her know about the big tornado and hail threat tomorrow. But yeah, that's tomorrow's outlook. So if you live anywhere in that area, post it in the chat, man. I'm interested to see if anybody lives in that area tomorrow. And then, of course, be live. Make sure you're paying attention to the weather tomorrow for that. Maybe they didn't get rid of that. I still see that tornado warning. Maybe they didn't get rid of that tornado. Maybe I just wasn't paying attention. No, they put the tornado. So they got rid of the tornado warning and then put it right back. They reissued that tornado warning about 3 minutes ago. 2-inch size hail possible. We'll come back to that in a second. I mean, my radar's being weird because now it's not showing a tornado warning. It's not there. Okay. Jeez. All right. So that tornado warning did officially expire. There's no tornado warning right now in Kansas. But it is still ramping up on that rotation, so we'll keep an eye on it. But that's tomorrow. So if you live in the path of the tornado threat tomorrow, which is just as significant as today, I know a lot of people are expecting an upgrade in moderate risk by the Storm Prediction Center tomorrow as well. Just kind of pay attention to the weather, y'all. I mean, it's the best thing you can do. Subscribe to the channel. Stay up to date with live streaming. Let's go back to radar. And I'll show you where this rotation is kind of tightening up a little bit. Pull up velocity. Maybe. So you kind of see an area now on the same storm starting to ramp up a little bit again, south of Gorham, southwest of Russell, Kansas, right there, starting to dance around again. So we'll see if this this is good enough for a tornado warning or not. Southwest of Russell. Overall, you can see the signature of the storm isn't as impressive as it was when we first got on it earlier today, about an hour and a half ago when we went live. There is a new tornado warning out for that rotation. Okay, so right there it is. Tornado warning just popped up. So new tornado warning in Kansas, south of Russell. It has made its eastern turn. And it is tornado warned for that bright green, bright red rotation back here. That could be a tornado at any moment. It looks like for the most part it is avoiding population. However, there is a major highway, US 281, that runs north to south that will be in the path of this. So if you're driving on that highway, I suggest not. So new tornado warning out in central Kansas, just south of Russell. Southwest of Russell, about to cross 281. Russell, Kansas is a pretty populated area, so a lot of people might live in some of these smaller towns up and down 231. That highway right there is running north to south. So if they're leaving Russell from work, it is rush hour now, and they're driving south on 281 to get home to one of the southern towns. They could very easily drive in the path of a tornado if they're not paying any attention. Is it 231 or 281? 281. All right. Yeah, please, guys, hit that subscribe button. That's all I ask for whenever I'm doing these live streams. Look at this rotation really starting to tighten up now. Bright red, orange colors coming in with that green back here. Just southwest of Russell, just south of I-70. Really to put the hammer down on that rotation back there. That's going to be probably the area of interest with this tornado warning. Again, if you're leaving Russell and you're driving south to go to like Stickney or something, maybe you live in Stickney, you work in Russell, and you're rush hour traffic, you just got off work, you're going to be driving right in the path of a potential developing tornado. So very, very important that you don't do that. Stay in Russell for now. Let the storm cross. I know it's going slow. It's only moving 20 miles per hour. I know. It should ramp up in speed here as it makes its eastern turn. We'll see. The hazard is tornado and golf ball size hail. This is radar indicated only. This is not a confirmed tornado on the ground. Just really tight rotation, which is good enough, of course, to issue a tornado warning. Yeah, 20 miles per hour to the east. So they've picked up speed just a little, 10 miles per hour, but that makes a difference. You'll see that in the radar scans. The storm will move more and more in the radar scans because it's picking up speed. I expect it to pick up to at least 30 miles per hour before this tornado warning is done, just because of now it's making its eastern turn. Dakota, Illinois, it depends what part of Illinois you're in. There is a enhanced risk for parts of southwest Illinois, just outside the St. Louis area, maybe to Mount Vernon as well. Isn't that enhanced risk, if I know my Illinois correctly? Springfield area, if you're near there, it's more of a slight risk going into a marginal risk, but still tornado potential up there. It's 2%, 5% for tornadoes in Illinois tomorrow, but mostly anything south of Springfield would be the main threat. Still monitoring that rotation. I don't think I have any notifications on Twitter as of right now. Okay, I do have a couple, but nothing that piques my interest. I'll go back to hashtag KSWX, see if we got any pictures of a potential developing tornado south of Russell, Kansas right now. Okay, so you're in Marion County, which is by Mount Vernon. There's a rather, I would say a bigger, maybe not rather, but a bigger tornado threat down there. Still only at 5%, but from what I was seeing on model runs, it's more of a linear event. So I would be more concerned with like some damaging winds, maybe some big hail as well. But a tornado 2 can be ruled out tomorrow across Illinois. I will be live streaming tomorrow as well during that severe weather outbreak that's expected. So just subscribe, tune in. I won't miss out on Illinois. I live pretty close. I mean, I only live about 3 hours outside of Mount Vernon, so I want to be interested in that as well. Maybe a little bit more than 3 hours. It's probably more like 4 or 5. Still some pretty tight rotation on that storm, approaching Highway 281, just south of Russell, Kansas. If you guys notice that a lot of these storms have done a really good job at avoiding population the last few days, other than that Selden, Kansas tornado. Other than that one, we've had a lot of tornado warnings, a lot of tornado reports and touchdowns. It's seemed to avoid a lot of population. I know it's Kansas though, so it's not a crap ton of. Look at that! Look at that! We're tightening rotation now. Right here, really starting to go bright green with red mixing in. That could be a tornado developing. I know I've said that many times already, but we keep getting more viewers and we lose some and we gain some, so I got to make sure they're tracking as well. Okay, yeah, I'm from Indiana as well, so that's why I was saying a little bit further away. So I tend to keep my eye on Indiana, Illinois weather. Answered that already. Thanks, Justin. Appreciate it. There was a couple of people that were following the stream yesterday said they were driving from Arizona to Illinois. I wonder how far they got today. With that severe weather that's happening tomorrow, that'd be right in the path of their trip. So hopefully they got pretty far. Let's go back to Twitter here. Oh, it refreshed. Let's see what it says here. Still no good photos right off the bat of that tornado warning we're monitoring now. I see a lot of chasers getting pretty excited about those southwestern Kansas storms. Those are the storms that we want to monitor today. Those will be the big time tornado producers at some point this evening. So we'll definitely keep an eye back there. I wonder if they might have even issued tornado watcher. I don't know. I haven't looked. I'm seeing no current pictures coming in of what's this? Maybe. Nope. Of this storm happening right now. So okay, here's a pretty good photo. It's not really a photo, it's a video. I paused the video though. Of the storm south of Russell. I think it's south of Russell. Wall cloud, western EW County. I don't know what EW is. Let me keep scrolling here through Twitter, see if I can find anything else. Okay, so switch you guys over to Twitter real quick while we have a minute. Looks like there's a pretty good photo of it. This is from Trey Fulbright, reporting large shelf cloud gust front coming south out of the Victoria storm, maybe becoming more outflow dominant. So when you get those wind speeds that aren't moving towards the storm, there's not a lot of inflow. It's switching and coming out away from the storm. That's when it becomes outflow dominant. You need a lot of inflow in order for storms to start spinning and produce tornadoes. So a good sign if you're not if you're not a fan of tornadoes, it is a pretty looking shelf cloud, so that very easily could be a weakening thunderstorm as time goes on. If it's becoming outflow dominant, obviously still producing a little bit of rotation on the back end, which isn't unusual in these conditions. But if it's producing shelf clouds like that, it might just become a damaging wind threat and a large hail threat as time moves on. Yeah, fellow Hoosiers, man, right on. Let me know what part of Indiana you're from. I'm from West Lafayette. That's definitely a good sign. Outflow dominant storm. If you're not but this is a current picture of the tornado warning storm. Well, I don't know how current it is actually. It's pretty current. About 10 minutes ago, tornado warning storm near Russell, Kansas, producing that pretty shelf cloud. You can actually see in the storm all the greenage happening as well. That's an indicator of very large hail tucked back in there. Terre Haute, right on, man. Sorry. Terre Haute's Terre Haute. At least it's a college town. I have no idea what the tornado count for Kansas is thus far. That's a good thing to look up. I'll take a gander here in a little bit. If this tornado warning expires, I'll kill some time by looking at the tornado reports per state this year. I know that Indiana and Illinois are really low. There's been nothing happening over here. But Kansas has certainly picked up over the last few days. It was a little dead there for a while. But season's come alive for Kansas. This rotation here is certainly kind of weakened on this storm. If it's becoming outflow dominant, like Trey Fulbright says, it's very possible that the storm will weaken with time, become a damaging wind threat strictly, and hail, I guess, too. Maybe a little bit of an area of rotation tightening up. The rotation is just crossing 281 right now. So if you're a truck driver on 281, you're probably not having a very good time. But that's the only thing I can really see that stands out on this rotation. Maybe some stuff happening back here to the east, like Black Wolf, but not as impressive. But like I said, when these storms are moving slow, I said this earlier, they tend to strengthen, maybe put down a brief tornado, and then bye-bye, and then it just recycles all over again. So it's good, I guess, if you're wanting to get your tornado count up as a storm chaser, because it's just going to keep dropping tornadoes. Look at this rotation back here near Ellsworth now. That's getting pretty serious, so we'll keep an eye on that. There might be a tornado warning storm here in a second. But again, moving slow, so it's probably just going to be brief. That could also be some inflow feeding into the storm. If it is, it's definitely not outflow dominant yet. Make sure I'm not missing any tornado warnings anywhere. There is a tornado warning in Nebraska. Out in the middle of nowhere. Wonder how isolated this storm is. It's a very isolated storm, too. Let's go ahead and head over to that Nebraska tornado warning. I want to show you guys the signature on this storm. Definitely looking like a textbook hook on the end of it. Get over there for radar updates and takes it away. So let that load for a second. This is a tornado warning in Nebraska. You can see that hook right there up on your screen. It's pretty good. I mean, it's about what you want in a storm. This is looks like approaching maybe the max area if this storm does its turn to the east. Let's pull up the velocity and see what it's looking like. See if it's as impressive on velocity. It looks like it's on a weird north moving motion. So you can kind of get your rotation right in there, just west of Max and just west of Highway 34. If that maybe turns to the right, you would have a pretty classic supercell structure. Odd moving north moving storm. No chasers on it by itself. So we'll keep an eye on that for a couple minutes. I'm also going to monitor this storm's back south in Kansas as well because of the population. Looks like that storm maybe back south is starting to do a little hook on it. Of course it does now, but the velocity scans just look hideous. Definitely not putting down a tornado right now. It'll be interesting to see if chasers bail on southwest Kansas and race up to Nebraska like they did a couple days ago on that Selden tornado. But pretty nice looking structure on this storm, I would say. Probably some pretty big hail. Let's see the hail size on it. 2-inch hail. This is still radar indicator rotation as of 4:15 p.m. Mountain Time, 5:15. What is it? 4:15 Mountain Time. It's definitely not 4:15 Mountain Time yet. So they have it 4:15 Mountain Time. It is not Mountain Time. It's not 4:15. It's only 3:15. Oh, it's until. Duh. There it is, 3:22. Okay. Just ignore that. I need to drink more water. 3:22 p.m. is when this is. You can kind of see it losing its hook a little bit north of Benkelman, west of Max. Kind of middle of nowhere in Nebraska. It is what it is. I mean, that's good, obviously. But these storms have kind of been doing that all day. Lexington, what? Nebraska? Okay, I see it. It's about 3 counties to your southwest. Whoever said that. It's about 3 counties to the southwest of Lexington, Nebraska. It's on that path, so we'll keep an eye on it for you. But it's way far south. I would say it's probably hour and a half, 2 hours southwest of you. So nothing to fear yet. However, you do sit dead center of that tornado zone today. So make sure you're paying attention to the weather. Storm Prediction Center crashed. Storm Prediction Center's website has been going down all day because of so many people that keep refreshing it and trying to find weather information. On big days like this, that's not unusual at all. Yeah, man, I would say it's probably in your direction. You sit pretty much dead center where that tornado potential is. So we'll keep an eye on it there for you, though. I would be more afraid of damaging winds later on this evening if I were in Lexington, because that's probably where the damage is going to come from. Is from those nasty winds that calling for maybe up to 80 mile per hour wind gusts on some storms. So I'm going to drop back south, make sure we're not missing anything on that storm near Bunker Hill, Kansas. I don't see any tight rotation just yet on it. For those who are curious where this tornado warning is, this is extreme southwest Nebraska. You can tell because right here's the blue line for Kansas, and right here's the blue line for Colorado. So that's how far southwest is. I mean, you see 2 states just in this image. Let's pull the velocity back up and see if it's dancing around on the ground yet. It's just about to cross State Road 61. Still pretty broad rotation, not impressive just yet. Maybe a land spout doing its thing up there. I don't know. We'll see if it is an observed tornado. Look at that. So this is a weather spotter confirmed tornado at 3:28 p.m. Mountain Time. A tornado was reported 5 miles north of Benkelman. So this is a confirmed tornado on the ground. near Max, Nebraska. Confirmed tornado. This was weather spotters confirmed tornado just outside of Max, Nebraska, just north of Benkelman. Confirmed tornado on this storm. I didn't even know we had any spotters up there. There's nothing on maps, but this may have been somebody that doesn't use the GPS thing. So let's go back to reflectivity, take a look at it. It was looking pretty impressive there with the hook for a little bit. I think the hook's starting to get swallowed by the main circulation. You can still see the nice curvature here. Right here's where the tornado would be. And then you got your hail core. Now, if this were like an eastern moving storm, there'd be a lot more problems. But still a really good looking supercell thunderstorm right now. Getting ready to cross Highway 61, confirmed tornado on the ground near Max, Nebraska. It'll be interesting to see if any spotters up there got pictures of it. Considering it's just such a interesting location. Wasn't expecting the storm to be producing a tornado, but it is what it is. So let's go ahead and check Twitter to see if I'm. Also need to be checking live streams too to see if anybody's live streaming yet. Actually, I'll do that right now on my phone at the same time as I'm working around Twitter. So let's go to hashtag Nebraska WX. This is located in Dundee County, Nebraska, too, by the way, for those interested in knowing. Okay, so there's actually 2 tornadoes on the ground right now. Wow, was not expecting that. So let's switch over to Twitter. We have 2 tornadoes currently on the ground at the same time, twin tornadoes in Nebraska. Let's go ahead and pull that up. Courtesy of that's Johnson_weather. 2 tornadoes on the ground at the same time in Nebraska. Pretty crazy. It doesn't surprise me looking at the signature on it. I was not expecting there to be 2 tornadoes on the ground, but we do have twin tornadoes happening in Nebraska. So pretty crazy stuff. Was not expecting to see that. Let's see if anybody's live streaming it. So pretty good image right there of the twin tornadoes currently happening. Might not be happening still. Yeah. Nebraska is known for its twin tornadoes. Most famous ones being the Pilger, Nebraska twin tornadoes. This state loves it. Definitely. There's no population at all. There's something up north a little bit. I don't expect the storm to be producing twin tornadoes at that point. But that's pretty impressive. This is courtesy of Nathan Moore. I know that Twitch address. That's Nathan Moore on Twitch. Live streaming 2 tornadoes on the ground at the same time. Johnson_weather was the retweet. Pretty incredible. Yeah, someone says, nope, Pilner. It's one of those things, man. Nebraska just loves their twins. Yeah. Yeah, so far we're good on population. So far. Let me check velocity here. It was just crazy. I mean, it is pretty far from radar too, though. It might make more sense. I don't know which radar this uses. It uses Goodland. Yeah, this couple radar scans, you can definitely, excuse me, you can definitely see where there's at least one tornado on the ground right now. I wouldn't say two on this velocity, but I'm not going to say anything because that two tornadoes surprised me. Still watching those southern storms down in Kansas. Make sure we're not missing anything. I hear a lot of people talking about initiation back west. So there might be some storms starting to fire up now. There are storms starting to fire up west of Scott City, Kansas. Those will be probably the major tornado producers today. But we'll continue on this storm for a couple more minutes. It's still got a wicked good hook on it. This could be a big tornado if it continues doing what it's doing. Still a ginormous hook. I mean, it's almost classic supercell. It's just going north. Still producing the goods, though. I'm going to change this to twin tornadoes. So pretty incredible stuff. Twin tornado, just northwest of Max. I'm going to take you guys back really quick over to the radar. I wanted to show you how impressive this hook is. Still really, really going strong on the supercell. Okay. Well, not as impressive now, but still there. That's pretty impressive. You can see now where that hook is coming in and where those twin tornadoes are appearing. It's crossing. It would be crossing US 61 or State Road 61 right now. So Nathan Moore, the one who got that shot, is probably riding north-south on that highway. Really impressive. You can see where the RFD flank downdraft will come around and wrap into the storm. Your inflow obviously coming in like this. So really a supercell structure on that storm that's dropping twin tornadoes at the same time. Let's check velocity. And we'll wait for velocity to load for a second. Velocity even now really showing that strong rotation. There could be an even bigger tornado on the ground. Let's pull his live stream and see what he's eyeballing out there. Let me circle where. So the bright reds mixing in right there. That's probably a pretty big tornado starting to develop. If not still on the ground, those twins could still be on the ground. Really impressive stuff. As I pull his live stream, go ahead and keep monitoring the radar. I'll be right back. Okay, I am. Well, should probably check my mic. It's probably doing that crap again. Okay, so John says PDS tornado watch. I had to make sure my mic was working. John says PDS tornado watch. That's significant. So his stream is not loading. So I'm not going to worry about that right now. Let's go to Storm Prediction Center. And I'll let that load. John in the comments says PDS tornado watch was issued. For those who don't know, a PDS stands for a particularly dangerous situation. They're very rare. Very, very rare. I do not see a PDS tornado watch on my Storm Prediction Center site, but it might be still loading, so I'll wait on that. But if you're just tuning in, we do have a report of twin tornadoes on the ground. I'm going to actually see if I can pull his live stream now that I closed a couple things. Yeah, it's loading a lot quicker now. Storm Chaser Nathan Moore for SVL Media is on this storm. I'll zoom in a little bit here. Definitely a big tornado on the ground. Just crossed 61. Red and the green are mixing together. Textbook. Let's see yet. Gosh. Trying to get it's got ads, of course. Trying to get it loaded so you guys can see it. It's just taking some time. When I'm running this software to live stream, it just slows everything down. Okay, I see the PD tornado watch now. Thank you, John, for pointing that out. Really appreciate it. It's just not loading on my screen. I'm trying to get it loaded so I can show everybody, but SPC is so slow now because everybody's probably just ramming it up. So I'm not going to open up that stream because that's just ridiculously slow and blurry. We're still monitoring a report of twin tornadoes on the ground. Probably not big of a tornado. We do have a report of a PDS that would include, I believe it showed, include all of western Kansas, all of parts of southwestern Nebraska, and parts of eastern Colorado. The big part being all of western Kansas. That's the area we've been watching all day for the potential for. Why is it still not loading? Damn. PDS tornado watch. Load it. This is a very serious situation, guys. I can't stress it enough. PDS, rarely happens, and so we want to make sure. But this storm, wow, look at this storm. This storm is producing a big tornado right now, guys. Big tornado. This is northwest of Max, Nebraska. That is a big tornado being produced right now. Let's look at the signature on it, see if it's still got that impressive hook. I would assume it does. It looks really pretty right now. You still got that hook going. Let me update this banner here. Trying to pull this information up for you guys. I got like a million things I'm trying to. So you can see the hook pretty well northwest of Max. This is so far the most significant tornado warning I've seen all day. This is, I shouldn't say same. the most impressive radar tornado warrant I've seen all day. This does have a confirmed tornado, actually 2 at the same time, probably still producing tornadoes right now. Let me go to livestormchasing.com, see if anybody's on it. That way I can relay the information to y'all. Close out of that Twitter. Still waiting for the SPC to load the PDS Tornado Watch documentation so I can upload it to as well. There's not a lot of chasers on this storm in particular. This is definitely producing tornadoes, without a doubt. Gosh, why is everything load so slow? I'm going to pull up the Storm Prediction Center Twitter. Maybe it'll load through there so I can show you guys. I'll pop back over to radar. A new tornado warning was issued on this storm. Makes sense. Definitely a tornado there. It's probably an observed tornado. Let's let radar load there. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to take you guys. There's still, man, look at that tornado. Definitely a tornado on the ground here, guys. Right there. Fortunately, nothing nearby it. It's out of the way of any towns that I can see on this map. And so it's doing pretty well, just kind of dancing around the open field. Let's go ahead, before I do that. Since this isn't really affecting anybody, I'm going to take you guys over to Twitter. Take you off of that. I'm going to take you over to Twitter, where we're going to look at the PDS Tornado Watch that was just issued. Again, pretty serious situation, guys. Nothing to mess around with. PDS stands for a particularly dangerous situation. Now, the more alarming thing that I'm seeing, let me refresh, see if I can still pull this. There we go. Okay, let me take you back to me and then back to the Storm Prediction Center's website now that I got to load that watch. Nope, I did the wrong thing. The Storm Prediction Center does their website. How it works is whenever a watch gets updated, it sometimes takes a little bit of time to actually populate on their website. So here it is. This is the PDS Tornado Watch in effect. Look at these numbers, guys. Look at this. This is very serious. Tornadoes, high risk tornadoes, high risk EF2 or higher. The last time I saw a high risk for EF2 or higher tornadoes, actually, I don't remember last time. Last time I saw that, it's been a minute. Maybe Alabama this year was the last time I saw it. EF2 or higher tornadoes, high risk. Unbelievable. So it means they are expecting. They're not potential. It's not possible. It's not. No, this is likely big tornadoes in this area. Dodge City, Garden City, Goodland, Texas, McCook, Nebraska. All of you should be absolutely prepared for the worst case scenario. Not saying it's going to happen. Okay. That's not what I'm getting at, but you need to be prepared for storms to be firing up. It looks like we already have a storm right there in that tornado watch box. It's already fired up. Please, please, please take it serious. Any warnings that come out, don't mess around. Get to your safe spots. Don't go outside and record it. Okay. Please get to your safe spots. So EF2 or higher tornadoes, also significant hail, big time hail right here. Severe hail, high, and 2-inch or larger hail is high. That's also rare as well. And then moderates for the wind speeds. Okay, so let's look at the wording, okay, of this watch here. Let me blow this up so you guys can see it a little bit better. I don't understand why it keeps taking me off of that screen. Let me zoom in so you guys can see the wording. Okay, again, there, if you guys couldn't see it originally, here's the high for tornadoes, and of course the high for EF2 or larger tornadoes. Oh, go over here to do this. All right, so tornado watch number 210. Okay, in effect for northeastern and extreme eastern Colorado, western Kansas, southwestern Nebraska. This is in effect from now until 2 a.m. Central Time. This is a particularly dangerous situation, PDS. Okay, here's where the wording is going to get very strong. Primary threats include several tornadoes and a few intense tornadoes likely. Obviously I can't be marking that because it's just, okay. So few intense tornadoes likely. Okay, not possible, not a low threat. That is a high threat for a few intense tornadoes. Now, an intense tornado, if you're asking, an intense tornado stands for really anything EF2 or above. So EF2, EF3, EF4, EF5. Those are all intense tornadoes. Of course, those don't get rated as intense tornadoes until they hit something. So when they say a few intense tornadoes likely, they're not necessarily saying it's going to hit something, but they're saying they'll be large, okay, or violent, one or the other. It didn't have to be large to be a violent tornado. We saw that the other day in Selden. It was just a narrow tornado, but it was doing damage. Yes, I can. Hang on. Okay, I took care of that, guys. Okay, thank God. Casey's here, guys. So let's continue what I was saying. Sorry. So a few intense tornadoes likely, widespread large hail, scattered very large hail events to 4 inches. 4 inches. Jeez. That's softball size. That's bigger than softballs. It's a grapefruit size hail, okay? And scattered damaging wind gusts and isolated significant gusts to 75 miles per hour. This is a very serious situation, okay? Take it serious, especially the few intense tornadoes. There's a lot of town in this area, okay? There's a lot of population. I mean, I'm in this watch. You can see Goodland, you can see Garden City and Dodge City. All these are in this extreme situation, PDS tornado watch, okay? Even in McCook, Nebraska, you're in it as well. So please, 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 please take it serious if you live in the area. I'm going to zoom back out on this. Close that. Close this. And get back into the good stuff here. Probably going to see my pretty face for a couple minutes. Let's go back to this tornado warning that was happening. Maybe it weakened a bit. We'll find out. Let's take a look. Looks like it's weakened. It's still there. This is a confirmed tornado in Nebraska. No, it's not. It's pretty much gone. You might have an area of rotation here, and what's left of that tornado that was putting down tornadoes at once. Let's take a look at reflectivity to see what we're looking at here. Yeah, so it's actually going to be over here now. This is where the tornado is going to be. So it's that end on that first circle, the first rotation circled, which is why they put 2 tornado warnings out, because they were probably concerned about that. Right here, your tornado would still be if it's still on the ground. But yeah, so it's definitely go time. PDS tornado watch out. This is about to become what the outbreak we were talking about. Okay. We were talking about earlier, outbreak. And now with the PDS tornado watch, that doesn't help, of course. So let me pull up. I don't think there's any decent photos yet. Reason being because the main show hasn't started. Okay. But let's pull up hashtags all over the board here. I put hashtag Kansas, Colorado, and Nebraska. I'm going to scroll through, see if there's any photos. A lot of the tweets happening right now is for that PDS tornado watch. The probability of one or here, I'll just show you guys. Hop back over to Twitter real quick. Continue talking about the PDS tornado watch. Make sure you guys subscribe for more severe weather coverage throughout the night. I'm not going anywhere. I'm right here until I run out of voice. Let's switch over to Twitter real quick. So on the Storm Prediction Center website, you can pull the probability of every threat. And that's what they did here. This is what Joseph Cooper did. He runs the Indiana Storm Chaser Convention. If you guys live local to central Indiana, you guys should check that out this November. Every year they do it. He says a PDS tornado watch in effect proportions, blah, blah, blah. High probability for tornadoes with a few intense tornadoes likely. Okay. So here's the ratings. Probability of 2 or more tornadoes. That's just tornadoes in general. You got the high 80%. Okay. But the probability of 1 or more strong EF2 to EF5 tornadoes is also high. Like we talked about, 80%. The highest I've ever seen this scale is 290%. That's the last time I've seen it. And then you got your hail, also high at 80%, and then your winds at moderate. So that's pretty significant, guys. 280% is pretty uncommon. I think Alabama was like a 90-70. They weren't both 80, I don't believe. I could be mistaken, though. So pretty significant events getting ready to unfold. If it pans out, if it does its thing, we're going to have a pretty long night of tornado outbreak coverage. So Blaze asked, do you think St. Louis could get moderate risk tomorrow? No. If you're asking it personally, probably not. There's probably not. I think that if they do moderate risk, they're going to do it in Oklahoma, maybe southern Kansas. I think if anything happens in Illinois, they'll extend the enhanced risk a little bit north. But I don't think they'll. I don't think they'll do. I don't think they'll do moderate risk in Illinois. Crap. All right. So again, PDS tornado watch out. Do you think this outbreak will affect Overland Park? I don't know where that is. What state is that in? This is Kansas, Nebraska. Yeah, guys, join the public Facebook group, y'all. If you have Facebook and you love weather and you want to stay up to date, join the public Facebook group. Search for Zach Walters WX public group. Casey and I are running it. Y'all should get in there and join. That way we can talk about weather. I'll keep you guys updated on live streams that are upcoming, any severe weather outbreaks. That way you're not just waiting for me to go live on YouTube one day. You'll actually get a warning, and then I'll go live. For example, earlier, if I would have done it today, we just started the group today. So if I would have done it today, though, I would have said, hey, I'm going live in the next 15 minutes. Just a way to stay up. But again, that's Zach Walters public group. Back to the action, though. Let's check radar. Still a pretty decent hook on that Nebraska storm. Let me make sure there's nothing happening down in. There's still tornado warning down in Kansas. Let me hop over to the radar. Okay, so there's likely going to be a tornado on the ground here near Kansas as well. So let's hop back to Kansas. That's it right there. This is only radar indicated for now, but I want to show you guys the rotation on this storm. Nebraska's out in the open, so I'm not going to worry too much about it. It's not populated. Let me know if y'all can still hear me. I'll put my mic away a little bit. Let's do tornado warning near Holyrood. Actually, it's Beaver again. Beaver, Kansas. I just heard a firework go off outside. Someone's launching fireworks. Okay, I'm gonna take you guys back over to the radar. I think it's loaded by now. Let's hop over there, take a look at this tornado warning that's approaching some population. Looks like maybe 2 areas of tightening rotation on this storm. This is near Beaver, Kansas, just northeast of Beaver, Kansas. Zoom out a little bit so we can get a little bit wider view here. Southwest of Ellsworth, which is a populated area. Let's go ahead and go into velocity, and I'll show you guys where this rotation is. So you got a couple areas here. That's a lot sloppier. I wonder if this is... Okay, so let's hold on a second. I know why I'm doing this. I'm going to zoom out. I don't like the way that radar looks. And I'm going to switch to the Topeka, Kansas radar. I feel like that was... Is this Topeka, Kansas? Yeah. I feel like this was putting off a little bit better. But then again, it might not be that accurate. That's what it put me on radar scopes. That's why I'm confused. Yeah, we'll stick with Wichita. Zoom back into this tornado warning. Again, this is southwest of Ellsworth. This isn't that, I believe that's in that tornado watch that's currently out. Not the PDS, but the first one of the day. So kind of a really wide area of maybe some circulation happening in here on this tornado warning. This is moving kind of on a east-southeast movement. Holyrood, take it serious. Hollywood. Take it serious. It actually looks like maybe tightening up a little bit here. Northeast of Beaver, you can see a little bit of a bright red popping up. That could be a tightening. And then this is still showing some pretty decent rotation as well, but that could be just because of the location on the storm. So we'll keep an eye out there. Check the chats here. It's near Kansas City. Kansas City is going to be an overnight wind threat, maybe a brief tornado threat. But so far, everything is hundreds of miles away from Kansas City. But it's supposed to move kind of that direction as the night goes on. So just have a way to receive warnings in your sleep if you go to sleep early. I think I asked this already, but how serious do you think Marion County will get? Marion County, what state? I'm not very good with counties. Give me a city, too, so I know. Counties are not my forte. No problem, Blaze. So far, Twitter's more or less talking about the PDS tornado watch that's out. There are storms that have fired up southwest or southeast of Goodland. None of them are really rotating that well, and a lot of chasers are jumping on those storms early. They're moving due north right now. I think we'll see how it goes throughout the day. Still monitoring a tornado warning near Beaver, Kansas. The rotation is just southwest of Wilson, Kansas, as you can see on the map in front of you. One thing I wanted to do before I forget to do it. I do see pictures on Facebook of storms starting to fire up back southwest where that PDS tornado watch is. The towers are going up. Um, this storm's still doing a little bit right here. One thing I'm going to do, though, I'm going to put this back on the video. One thing I want to do is I want to check satellite. There is a storm that's going up. In Kansas, west of whatever town that is. I got too many spotter network dots on it. Hang on. West of Elkader, southwest of Russell Springs. That's a familiar location. We were just talking about those tornadoes the other day near this area. North of Leoti. So that storm's going up now. So that's something to watch for. That's going in the same, almost the same path as that tornado that was hitting Nebraska earlier. Let's go ahead and stop here for a second. Oh, Mount Vernon, Illinois. Okay. I don't know. There's no threat tonight. None that I'm tracking anyway. I'm going to hop over to satellite imagery. I don't know why, but every time my satellite loads, it loads for Texas. We're going to load satellite from western Kansas to see these storms going up here and showing initiation. Yeah, it's going to be a pretty active day. I would even watch the storms down south in the Oklahoma Panhandle right now that are just starting to blow up. Those storms will also be moving into that environment where they could be horrific tornado producers. This is not a conditional threat today, guys. This is a very serious tornado threat. Beaver, Kansas touching down. Do you see that on our live stream? Still radar indicated per NWS. Let's go ahead and check velocity. So right here's your road. Still pretty tight together, which is why there's still a tornado warning out. Again, this is near Beaver, Kansas. I use radar Omega. It's like $9 on App Store. Still watching storms back to the west in western Kansas, and as well as a tornado warning in Nebraska. Both these storms are close to population. The one in Nebraska now nearing population, and the one that we're on also nearing population. I'm really more attracted to the storms back to the west right now because that's the area that okay. Let's go ahead and go back to Nebraska. This is an observed tornado still. We'll let that load. I'm going to scroll through Twitter, refresh my Twitter feed. I'm going to close out satellite because I don't need that anymore. We're going to see what's going on in Twitter world. Change the caption because we're going back to Nebraska. Come on. Load. All right, so the rotation's still there. They still have the tornado warning, of course. They actually look how far out they put this tornado warning. This is how serious of a day it is, where the National Weather Service can put a tornado warning out a whole county over, and the storm is not even there yet. Right here's where the tornado would be. And look how far out this tornado warning is. It's including towns that are still 30 miles north of it. That is how powerful today is going to be. I'm still watching back west, because as soon as those go tornado warning, those are going to be the big time producers. Let me get back on Twitter. Still not seeing any photos from that Nebraska storm. And the problem is with live streaming and stuff, you have to be careful because I can't just snag live streams. Okay, I got. Okay, so thanks for the tag at DarkNile55 on Twitter, showing you pictures of storm starting to go up near Leote. Already looks like maybe it starts. Yeah, it already has a pretty good base starting to form to it. So certainly we'll keep an eye on that. Let's take a look back here at this Nebraska storm, still doing its thing. Let's go ahead and take a look at the report. It's a slow-moving storm, miles per hour. It's crazy. Really slow-moving storms today. Weather spotters have confirmed this tornado at 4:10 p.m. Mountain Time. So 3 minutes ago, 2 tornadoes were ongoing. So it's still producing twin tornadoes, guys. This is the same storm that's producing twin tornadoes like 40 minutes ago. Maybe not that far, but like 30 minutes ago, this was producing twin tornadoes. Still is doing that. Nebraska, man. Nebraska with their twin tornadoes. Incredible stuff. I'll look at the chat here. Whoa. Which YouTube link? I don't see a YouTube link anywhere. Unless you went to Twitter with it, maybe. Oh, it's somewhere in the chat. Okay, let me see. I don't see a YouTube link in the chat anywhere. I'm going to continue monitoring social media as much as I can. I need to get those off there. It's driving me nuts. But if you're watching right now, this is a confirmed twin tornadoes on the ground at the same time. Outside of whatever town this is, just outside of Palisade, Hamlet. Hamlet, you are getting awfully close to twin tornadoes being on your doorstep. Please get to shelter. All right, so let's go back to south here. The storm's back south near like Scott City and southeast of Goodland, or looks like they're kind of dying off a little bit. But they'll likely ramp back up here. Okay, so if you're just tuning in, multiple tornadoes on the ground. This is nearing the town of Hamlet, Nebraska. You can see Hamlet right here. And right here's some pretty good rotation. It's really hard to see the twin tornadoes on velocity. We're not that far away from velocity, but they are being reported as twin tornadoes on the ground by storm chasers. Let's take a look at reflectivity. Still, Steve has that nasty hook going still. Still a little bit of a hook happening. Pretty decent hail core as well. Still a decent hook happening right there. And so right here is where those tornadoes are doing their thing. They're reporting multiple tornadoes on the ground, twins. I don't know if it's twins or maybe a multi-vortex, like a wedge starting to form. I don't know. The environment up there is prone for big tornadoes today. So very easily could be a wedge tornado at any moment. Okay. Okay, I see it. I'll pull that up here in a second. Um, let's go ahead and take you over to Twitter real quick. I got tagged in a photo here of a looks like a confirmed tornado. Almost maybe not quite a confirmed tornado, but we're gonna say it is near Beaver, Kansas. This was just minutes ago. Thank you, Dark Now, for that tag. Let me know. This is courtesy of Phil Johnson at PhilStormPod on Twitter. He states this is near Beaver, Kansas, as of 6:14 my time, so that's 4 minutes ago. He took this picture. It looks like a nice little rope. Tornado doing its thing. Again, this is near Beaver, Kansas. Pretty good looking tornado, not terribly rain wrapped. Let's go ahead and check on. I want to make sure I'm not missing out on this. That southern storm that originally went up that all those chasers were on has not even severe warned anymore. It has died off. Maybe it'll recycle. We'll see. But really, storm of the day right now is in Nebraska. I mean, this is a pretty nice photo as well. Near Beaver, taken by Phil Johnson. But so far, structure-wise, or I should say signature-wise, and twin tornadoes happening at the same time-wise, Nebraska is the place to be, apparently. I'm going to see if maybe somewhere on Twitter has a picture of this twin tornadoes yet. Okay, here's a good photo. Stay on Twitter for a second here. This is probably one of the more impressive photos from the Nebraska tornado here. 3 tornadoes. I'm trying to find the third one. He's reporting 3 tornadoes on the ground. This is near the Hamlet, Nebraska. Multiple tornadoes on the ground. This is a good view of it, courtesy of Dustin Wilcox at Severe Chase on Twitter. Right here's his handle. Pretty good shot. You can see the left one here, and you got the right one. I don't see a third one, unless I'm missing a third one. Oh, okay, I see it. So 3 tornadoes. You can see some dust being kicked up over there by that one. So that's pretty impressive, guys. That Nebraska storm so far is the storm of the day. Very impressive. Let's keep scrolling here. That's kind of what I was looking for. At one point, this was a big tornado. There are photos of this tornado as it was almost a wedge. It had came together and was producing a pretty wide condensated funnel. However, that was about 45 minutes ago. So I don't want to post that just yet because it's not really relevant anymore. All right, so I'm not seeing much just yet. Yeah, so I'm not seeing much other photos just yet, but this is probably the best I've seen so far of the multiple tornadoes on the ground. Let me pop over to radar here. There's a new tornado warning now, southwest of McCook. So now tornado warnings are going off the chart. Okay, so it's going to be extremely difficult to try to keep up with everything. So just bear with me. A lot of action happening now. Let's go ahead and cut over to radar here and take a look at the Radar Omega app, where we have that tornado warning now in effect just southwest of McCook, Nebraska. McCook had a nice tornado a few years ago. So you can kind of see it right there. Let's go ahead and, let's give it a second here. I also got to look down and make sure I'm not missing anything back to the south. There's a tornado warning still for Ellsworth, Kansas, or south of, that I don't want to miss. Let's see if any chasers are live streaming. I'm gonna see if my friend is anywhere. Thank you all for the subscriptions too. I just now was able to check my notifications on YouTube. Y'all are awesome. Keep subscribing, man. I'll keep doing live streams for everybody during severe weather outbreaks. I'm gonna see if he is not live streaming. So, what was I doing? Yeah. So let's go ahead and do this. Okay. I was gonna do that crap. Okay. Let me get back in the chat here so I can answer some questions. Satellite for the Nebraska storm is crazy. Yeah, probably. It's a massive storm, so it very well could be putting down large tornadoes and then individual satellites as well. Oh, do you mean the satellite? Oh, okay, you probably mean the actual satellite image. Yeah, I'm sure that's crazy too. I had a chance to look there a little bit ago, and I don't see any. Let me go to the map here on some live storm chasers. I don't see a lot of chasers chasing these storms up here in Nebraska. They are all in Kansas. So we are going to wait. They're anticipating the storms back southwest in Kansas to start dropping tornadoes like they're going out of style. So that's kind of what we're waiting on too. So it's only a matter of time here. But multiple tornado warnings in Nebraska right now, nearing some very populated areas. Let's go ahead and dive into here. Let's dive into the southern one that's nearing McCook. Let's draw out the velocity here and see how it's looking on the scans. If it'll load. All right, let's. So here's the velocity scan. It's not entirely impressive. It's kind of weird, really. Must be a a bad radar scan because that's not making any sense. There shouldn't be. Well, I guess there should be. Yes, there is. So not very much rotation happening on this one. It would be right in there if it were. Let's slide on up to this one that's also nearing population now, and see what it's doing. I know this one has a history of producing some pretty massive tornadoes. This one nearing the town of Hamlet. Still seeing a little bit of an area here of tightening rotation. This is coming close to the town of Hamlet, so please get to your shelter. You are under that tornado warning, so you should have had a notification come to your phone. So a couple areas to pay attention to here. Also trying to stick with the monitoring of down south as those storms become. Personally, so far the HER model run is been dead on accurate. These storms are supposed to fire up this afternoon. They're going to push their way across Nebraska before that line of storms comes and follows it. Probably then absorbing these individual storms behind. And then a little bit later on, those Kansas storms will start to get going, and those will be tornado producers more than likely. There's not a PDS tornado watch out for no reason, so we're definitely monitor it. Let's zoom out here. Come over here. Zoom out. Oh, here it is. Okay. This McCook storm now really getting going. This could be a tornado producer right now. Look at that rotation. Definitely impressive. Just west of Herndon, southwest of McCook. McCook is a populated area and is pretty much on a direct path. So that's a pretty serious tornado warning there. Definitely keeping its tightness on the velocity scan. Let me see if I can pull stuff from. I'm gonna see if anybody's on this storm or not right now. Okay, that's not loading. I'm trying to pull up some live streams for y'all. I'm sure there's a lot of people watching livestormchasing.com right now, so it's probably just not wanting to load. No, it's not wanting to load at all. Let me hop over to YouTube. If you guys know of anybody that's live streaming, let me know. There are now 4 tornado warnings on these storms. Wait for this one. This will go tornado warning here in a second. So we have 1 tornado warning right here, 1 right here. We'll have 1 right here in a second, and then 1 right here. So 4 active tornado warnings in Nebraska right now. From what I'm seeing, this one being the most severe with that rotation that's popping up on velocity. That's impressive. There's a massive hook, too, on this storm. There's definitely a tornado likely on the ground right now on this storm. So please, please, please get the shelter. This is an observed tornado. Look at that. Okay, so this is a weather spotters confirmed tornado. Tornado on the ground approaching. Tornado is still technically in Kansas, about to cross into the Nebraska border, or over the Nebraska border. Oh, come on. Let me do that. And it's moving right for McCook. This is a observed tornado on the ground southwest of McCook, Nebraska. And it definitely is showing it's definitely on the ground. No doubt about that. We're at showed multiple photos of detailed stovepipe. Which storm though? There's about 4 or 5 different storms on tornado warnings. Let's go ahead and Let's hop back over to live storm chasing and see if either one of these two chasers on it that were live streaming are, if I'm able to pick up. They might not have very good service. I don't know how the service is out there. These guys are in the path of this tornado. The video still is not loading. What in the hell? All right. So we'll give up on that. See if his video loads. Yeah, his does. So I'm assuming maybe it's just because they're not live streaming. Anyways, yeah, so this is a tornado on the ground, guys. This is nearing the McCook, Nebraska area. Weather spotters did confirm this tornado, so please take it serious. Get to shelter. Looks like maybe on the last run it's weakened just a little bit, but you can still see. Oh, no, it definitely hasn't weakened. Wow. That is a big-time tornado on the ground, without a doubt. Let's go ahead and let's look at correlation coefficient, see if it's picking up any debris at all. This is likely RFD, rear flank downdraft, probably picking up some dust in here. That's definitely not a signature of debris being lofted into the air. Also, it could be for some large hail as well. We'll keep an eye on the correlation coefficient. Definitely not good. Definitely not good, especially when it's nearing population. I think it's going pretty slow, though. Okay, severe thunderstorm warning for Lexington. Okay. We'll pay attention to that. Definitely a tornado on the ground, guys. This is one of the more impressive velocity scans that we've seen all day. This bright yellow mixing in with that green is textbook large tornado. I mean, absolutely. And that tornado is right there, right where that blue dot is. That is one of the more impressive tornado scans we've seen today. It's moving really slow. It's moving northeast 15 miles per hour. So this is now a law enforcement confirmed tornado. So I did update it. Police officers in the area have confirmed this tornado. So this is a law enforcement confirmed tornado on the ground, observed just a few minutes ago. Like I said, more on the more impressive radar signatures that we've seen all day today. It actually looks like, just based on radar, it might be producing maybe baby satellite tornadoes on the outside of it as well, outside that main circulation. So this is likely a very large tornado on the ground, probably a stovepipe, maybe bigger. Waiting for the radar to scan again. Where's that? It's at 6:32, so it's 4 minutes behind. When the radar scans again, we'll have an idea. I guarantee this might be a whole another tornado developing right there on top of this one. Either that or it's a satellite, maybe anti-cyclonic tornado developing on the outside of that as well. Very impressive radar signature. Let's check, see if anybody has anything in that area. All right, I'm scanning through Twitter here to see if anybody's providing anything. There's no storm chasers live streaming from that area that I could find. There's absolutely no photos at all on Twitter of this storm. It's crazy. And it's because everybody went south. Everybody's targeting the south play, so nobody's up here recording a tornado on the ground here. Because everybody's down south. So that's why we're not getting any good pictures of it, unless you guys find something. ETA if it survives. Good question. I have no idea. I can't really tell how far out that is. I wonder if I can click. Let's do a distance measurement here. It is 21 miles southwest of McCook. So if you're good at math, it's moving 15 miles per hour and it's 21 miles out. So it's got some time. Unless it's speeding up. It is not. Still moving 15 miles per hour. It's 21 miles outside town. Quick maths. Look at the rotation still there on this radar scan. Definitely could still be a tornado. But again, it's moving so slow that it's not keeping its life cycle. That's been the big problem, is that it hasn't, with these storms, they're moving so slow that we can't get them to stay on the ground, which is good. Okay, that's a good thing. But 15 miles per hour, the storm, it's going to die. A tornado can't go that slow. It's got to speed up. So it's probably going to die over the next couple of scans, and it might recycle again. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything down south yet. Right now, these are the more probably the most active area in the. Actually, it is the most active area in the country right now. Southwest Nebraska with 4 total tornado warnings out. I'm sorry, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 tornado warnings just in this one area right now. There's one other tornado warning in Kansas, and there's one in the Texas Panhandle. We'll go down to Texas Panhandle here on my phone, see what we're looking at. Definitely probably a tornado on the ground in the Texas Panhandle. It seems to be an open population. It's just south of the Oklahoma state line in the Panhandle. Probably looks pretty tight on radar, but looks like it's not over anything other than nothing. I'm more concerned about these storms up here only because of the population that they're moving to. Scroll up a little bit so you guys continue to see. Looks like maybe a weakening rotation here. Like I said, it's probably going to recycle, or try to at least. Let's go ahead and pull it up on reflectivity, see how it's looking. Come on, load. Jeez. Looks like Radar Omega gave up on me. There it goes. Okay. So pretty significant hail core on this storm as well, and it's still got that little hook. Surprised that it's not a little bit tighter. I mean, I know it's moving slow, so the tornado might just be trying to do its thing again, but so far, storms of the day are right here. Southwest Nebraska has been really getting the job done. I keep getting notifications on Twitter, so I keep bouncing back and forth. See if anybody's in the area streaming yet. No, nobody's in the area. There's one storm chaser. It's basically on top of this storm, but he's not live streaming. Just crazy. It's a perfect opportunity. Buy yourself on this one storm, but again, this is still a law enforcement confirmed tornado. It's pushing towards McCook, Nebraska. It's still about probably 19 miles southwest of McCook. remaining over decently open population, right, or open land right now. Yeah, I saw that, John. Tornado warning in Texas. It's crazy because there's just no way of getting photos or anything because nobody's on it. Everybody's down south from what I saw. Let me pull up Spotter Network. Yeah, everybody's still south. There's not a lot of people up here on these storms. There's only 3 chasers, well, 4 chasers on this storm near McCook. Everyone else is down south. And those storms are starting to get their act together down south too, so we'll make sure that they don't do anything because there's going to be the storms where they're going to be severely highlighted because everybody's on it. So you're going to see picture after picture after picture on social media. So once those down south and western Kansas start doing their thing, there's a lot of population down there too. So we'll definitely pay some attention there. I'm not sure if Reed is streaming or not. Probably. Maybe I should pull Facebook. That's one I pulled yet today. I hate how slow this computer moves whenever I'm doing multiple things. Definitely going to need to upgrade computers here once I have the money. Yeah, absolutely, man. Get to your safe place. If you live in the path of these storms, we're still eyeballing this storm right here. Still doing a little bit of action in here. Let me bounce back up north too, because I don't want to sleep on these storms up here. I don't see a lot of. No, there's not much going on with these tornado warnings up here. Right, the Cook storm is the most impressive in the country. Still no idea if it's producing anything. Oakhurst WX. Okay, let me take a look. I know him. Let's pull it up here. He's not a chaser, so he must be forwarding other photos. Okay, yeah, that is really good. That's a good photo. So let's go ahead and go to Twitter real quick. This is the tornado that is on the ground, and it is approaching McCook, Nebraska. Absolutely stunning stovepipe tornado. Yeah, really pretty tornado happening there. That is courtesy of Twitch.tv/Colorado Weather Nut. He is the one on that storm right now. That's about as good as it gets right there, fellas. I mean, that is a very pretty tornado on the ground approaching McCook, Nebraska. Thank you for sending that in, SBB King, however you say your name. Thanks for sending that in, or thanks for letting me know about it. Guys, give me 2 minutes. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Make sure my mic is working. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, it is. All right. Yeah, so that's an impressive picture of the tornado that's nearing McCook right now. He said that. Okay, we'll check that out too. Might as well. Okay, so here's another shot of the tornado that as it's approaching McCook. This is courtesy of B Gray WX, assuming on Twitter. So another impressive shot at the tornado that is that we're following right now. Let me go ahead and I'm pulling up radar here on my phone. That way I can track these storms back to the south too. Those are going to be eventually those will be tornado producers as well. There's also a tornado warning in the northwest portion of Nebraska, north of Scottsbluff. There's gonna be tornado warnings everywhere, guys. So it's gonna be really hard for me to live stream all of them. What we're gonna do is we're gonna live stream the more important ones, and how I delegate that is population. Because right now that's the main concern is population. So this storm, for example, that you're looking at right here on your screen, courtesy of B Gray Weather, and reposted by Bono Weather. That storm is heading towards a big populated city. So that's why we're paying attention to this, and not so much focusing on tornadoes in the middle of nowhere. And it's also a big tornado too. It's impressive, and there's photos. It's hard to find any decent photos today because everybody's still waiting down south for storms to fire. Luckily, storms have fired down south, so whenever they decided to start doing the goods, we'll be able to pull a lot of Twitter photos and a lot of live streams from those who allow us to use their live streams, of course. All right, so let's go ahead and pull this. Let's go ahead and pop into the Radar Omega app and see what's going on with this storm. Kind of odd. You can see the bright orange and yellow here. That's probably going to be your RFD kind of pulling around this storm. Might recycle somewhere right in here, so we'll pay attention to that for a couple minutes. Let's check Facebook as well, guys. Hang on. Keep in mind this is all part of the PDS tornado watch that is out. Few intense tornadoes likely. We're already seeing some of that popping up, especially here southwest in McCook, where those storms are already producing some very, very, very photogenic, pretty tornadoes. But if they were to hit something, it would not be the result you would want. Still getting notifications here on Twitter. I'll continue to monitor that. If you see anything on Twitter, tweet me at ZachWaltersWX. Looks like Dan got another really good shot of it here. I'm gonna show you guys this one real quick too. It's the same guy, but this photo is a little bit better. Let's get over to Danny Boy, Dan Krause 9. Thanks, Dan. So that's impressive. It's the same guy that got the picture from earlier, but this one you can see it a lot better. A really impressive tornado on the ground there, southwest in the last 20 minutes. So Definitely an impressive of storm here that's happening. I'm still keeping my eye on some other ones as well. That one to the north near Hamlet, we were paying attention to that. Doesn't look like an active tornado is on the ground just yet, but it is going some rotation going near the population up there. Pay attention to that as well. The southern one looks like I don't know really what it's doing at all, to be honest. It's got a weird movement to it. Definitely still some tight couplets in there. Possible tornado still on the ground there. Let's go back south and check the storms southeast of Goodland. Okay. There's also now storms starting to. There's also still that tornado warning in the Panhandle of Nebraska as well as the Panhandle of Texas as well, and a tornado still in central Kansas as well. So tornado warnings everywhere right now. Northwest Nebraska, southwest Nebraska, the Texas Panhandle, central Kansas, and now we're seeing storms firing back in eastern Colorado and western Kansas to monitor. Right now we're paying attention to the McCook tornado. That is starting to do its thing. I'm just gonna go ahead and block that guy because it's driving me nuts. Still watching that rotation too up near Hamlet, but so yeah, that's probably the best. Oh, did I block the wrong person? I have to block that guy. I don't know if I can unblock Dark now. Yeah, I can. Okay, thanks. I think I blocked Dark now by accident, so if we can get him back in here too, Casey. If you can figure that out for me. So, like I said, multiple tornado warnings all over the place, producing tornadoes like this, big tornadoes. Too many to keep track of right now, so we're focusing on the more severe ones. This one in particular you're looking at on your screen is approaching the McCook, Nebraska area. We also have maybe a tornado nearing Hamlet. Let's go ahead and go up there. We'll switch back to... I know. I think I accidentally blocked Dark now by accident, so you'll have to see if you can unblock them for me. Let's go back to radar here. Let's go up north to the Hamlet area, where you're seeing some tightening rotation here just east of town, right along US. This, of course, is tornado warned right there. Look at radar signature on this using reflectivity. That's kind of what caught my eye. Looked like there would be a big tornado right on top of Hamlet just based on the hook. It could be trying to recycle here, but typically on a structure like this, you would get a tornado somewhere right in here, basically right on top of Hamlet. However, based on velocity scans, we're not getting that, so that's good. But that is right on top of population right now. I'm not sure how to do that. We're going to figure it out. I can't do it. I don't know why it won't let me do it on here. I'll figure out how to do it here in a second. Keep checking radar for a second. I'm going to take a look at satellite. I'm going to take a look at the thermodynamics in the surface observations to see what kind of storms these storms back to the southwest are going to do. Those were the storms I was kind of eyeballing today. I wasn't expecting this many tornado warnings in Nebraska. Has really been going off so far. Let's go ahead and just give me a second here, guys. Thank you guys also for tweeting me stuff so I can see it. It's obviously hard for me to see things when I'm trying to maneuver through 5 different websites. Check radar too. What in the world? Okay. KCS, yeah, there has been a big tornado just southwest of McCook, Nebraska. I'm actually going to switch the radar back over there so you guys can see this storm. I'm not sure. It's definitely a hail producer. It looks like maybe it's definitely not tornado. It's not tornado anymore, according to this. Unless maybe it's just late updating it. Still says it's tornado warned on radar scope, but it does not show a tornado warning on this storm anymore southwest of McCook. So our attention now is Hamlet, where this rotation is basically right over you. Yeah, so no more tornado warning for that McCook storm. I'm sure they'll probably come back around. These storms have been doing that all day. Let's go ahead and take a look at the velocity here. You can actually see some pretty good rotation still in this storm east of Hamlet, Palisade area. Looks like both those towns may have dodged a bullet if there's a tornado on this. All right, let me fix that blocking I did by accident here before I forget. If you guys are seeing anything on social media, let me know. Still monitoring this storm here. That's starting to look like it's getting a little bit of a hook. Multiple tornado warnings. Just in Nebraska alone, I think there's about 5 or 6 from this outbreak that's occurring right now. Let's see if I can figure out. How do I do this? Okay. Okay, he should be good now. Hopefully he notices that he's unblocked. Okay, so sorry about that, guys. I had to figure out how to unblock somebody because I accidentally blocked somebody. So he should be able to get back in here and chat with us now. Hopefully he sees that. This storm is starting to get like a little bit of a hook going on it now on the back end. Let's go ahead and pull velocity and see if it's rotating at all. Still kind of bouncing back and forth between social media I need to stop notifications on this. This is coming too much here. So still a little bit of rotation there. Let me make sure there's nothing happening back south. I tell you what, this radar's showing. Yeah, there it goes. Okay, so definitely going to be probably a tornado producer right here. Very tight rotation. Northwest of Palisade, there's a lot of chasers on it, so we should get some footage. This is coming towards Hayes Center, guys. Let's go ahead and see if this is an observed tornado yet. No observed tornado just yet. Let's see what this storm report says. That's a hail report, so we're good there. Okay, so there is no... I'm looking everywhere else before I say anything. Tornado warnings have started to die off. Actually, this is, I believe, the only tornado warning right now. Not the only one. This area is the only tornado warning. There's a tornado warning still in Texas. Very small tornado warning in Texas still. Okay, so this area is really the only area that's putting down big tornadoes right now. We're still watching, of course, back to the south where western Kansas was supposed to kind of waken up here soon. There's a few storms firing up over there. But for right now, this is the only set of storms that are really producing big tornadoes. This one doing pretty good work right now. It's got starting to get a little bit of a hook on the tail end of it. And you can see the tightening of the rotation right there south of Hayes Center. This is moving right at you, Hayes Center. So please, please, please get to shelter just in case the tornado goes down. It's been happening all day where these tornadoes are dropping randomly. So and we don't want to see population obviously in the way either. So let me check chat here, see if you guys ask any questions. Make sure you subscribe, guys, if you're just tuning in. Severe weather coverage all the time right here on this channel. Every subscription helps, guys, so if you can, subscribe. Okay, Dark Nile's back, thank God. Sorry, buddy, I didn't mean to do that. Looks like one starting to form south of McCook. Yeah, we're monitoring all of it. It definitely looked like for a second that they shouldn't have dropped that tornado warning south of McCook. I was actually pretty shocked that they did. This storm over here is really rotating now. This is a Goodland radar, yep. This one right here will start. I'd be shocked if there isn't a big tornado on the ground right now. Right there. Wait for the next radar run. We're still a few minutes behind here. Red indicating wind speeds going this way. Green indicating going this way. So you got your tight rotation right there. That's what we're monitoring. This is the only storm, the only tornado warning that's affecting population. There goes that McCook storm. It's now tornado warned again, and it does include McCook now. So we'll keep an eye on that as well. This one right here is a more concerning storm at the moment. Hayes Center, you're in the path. Please, please, please get to shelter. If this stays on the ground, it's coming right at you. So please, it's only radar indicated so far. Tornado ping pong by, and it's moving really, really slow. So it's incredible. 10 miles per hour. Unbelievable slow moving storm the last few days. Which is good if you're in the path because it gives you so much more time to get out of, or to get to shelter or get out of the way, either way. So the storm's moving so slow and producing tornadoes moving so slow. This gives you a ton of time. Thanks, Tom, for the follow. Really appreciate it, buddy. Weather coverage like no other. I guess not really like no other, but let me blow up this radar for you guys. I don't know why. I got to figure out before tomorrow's live stream. I need to figure out why it keeps doing that because I like it like this so you guys can see the full radar picture. For some reason, it keeps putting my face over there on the right. Okay, so let's monitor this rotation. again, let's get that out of the way. Let's zoom in a little bit here. Rotation still there. Right there. They actually just stacked another tornado. Look at this. 3 tornado warnings, guys. 3 tornado warnings for Hayes Center. 1, 2, 3. Have you ever seen anything like that? I don't think I've ever seen anything like that before in my life. This must be observed now. Still radar indicated. That's so odd. I've never seen 3 tornado warnings stacked on top of each other. That is bizarre. So Hayes Center, you really have no excuse to not get to your shelters. You have 3 tornado warnings. That's how. I don't know why they did that. I wonder if it's because I'm going to screenshot this for later, because I have never in my life seen 3 tornado warnings in the same place. I've been chasing storms a long time, so how can I tell the path it might take? Great question. So you can usually tell the path that it's taking by the polygon of the tornado warning. So you can see the polygon is, I know this is bad drawing, but you can see it like this. So it's telling you that the storm is moving in this general direction. And then I just take my knowledge in meteorology, knowing this is where the tornado warning is. Oops. And that rotation is greatly increased over that last scan. So right there is probably the developing tornado potentially. We also got to look for maybe like anticyclonic tornadoes back there. But I take that information and I know that based on the previous storm motion that it's moving this direction. But like I said, maybe a little anticyclonic tornado happening over here. You could have another 2 tornadoes on the ground at the same time. This one, like the more impressive rotation. Still not a tight couplet. You can tell it's still got a lot of gray mixing in there. There's not a lot of significant indicators of a large tornado. Still monitoring storms back to the south. There is a tornado warning back again in northwest Nebraska, but nothing in the path. Still a tornado warning in Texas, but again, nothing in the path. This is the only tornado warning currently that is affecting population, which is why we are not turning away. I mean, the tornado warning in McCook is also affecting population, but the rotation is not as strong. Okay, so the latest, latest radar run definitely showing more tight rotation approaching Hayes Center. You definitely want to be in your safe place. Let's let radar update. It updates on my phone quicker than it does my computer. Let's let radar update on the computer, and I'll show you guys how. There it is. Okay, so you can see this pretty significant rotation. Wow, let's zoom in here. Bright red, bright green mixing together right there. It could be a tornado on the ground. This is moving right for Hayes Center. Casey, if you can, somebody Google how many people live in Hayes Center, Nebraska, just out of curiosity. Definitely something to be concerned about. Let's see how far south of this. Let's see how far south this tornado is from the town. It is 7 miles. Okay. The rotation is 7 miles outside of Hayes Center. Okay, so time to act now. Time to get to your. I mean, there's 3 tornado warnings on it, for God's sake. Let's see if it's confirmed or anything yet. I don't think it is. I think it's still radar indicated. It is still radar indicated. There are a lot of chasers on this storm, so if it's going to be a tornado, they're going to know. But right there is your tightening rotation and could tornado at any moment. I'm still watching the storm to the south near McCook. It's not doing anything right now on velocity, so I'm not terribly concerned about it. Let's take a look at what it looks like on reflectivity here. Just out of curiosity. So it's still got that little bit of an appendage on the back end. The nice hook to it, which is good. Mark says 288 people. Okay. So Hay Center, Nebraska has 288 people. Okay. Not that populated, but still people there. Yeah, I've been watching that storm down south. Let me look at it. I'll look at it again here. Let me pull up Dodge City radar. Yeah, that storm just now starting to blow up near Lakin. This is the type of day where you want to be paying attention to those storms. That whole area is just a hot box for tornado activity right now. So we'll definitely keep an eye on it. Probably going to be on a northern path, I'd guess. I don't know what tornado you're talking about. We don't have a confirmed tornado just yet. Let's go ahead and go back to velocity. They did drop the other 2 tornado warnings. Just 1 tornado warning now in effect. I'm assuming they just didn't take it off. Expire. Still good rotation. I think this is still the same radar scan, but still good rotation right there. Red and greens mixing together. Still radar indicated only. It's moving north at 15 miles per hour. Tornado and $half size hail are the hazards. Yeah, when it comes to rating, guys, like tornado ratings, those ratings take days to come back with. So if a tornado does hit a town, we won't really know the rating. You can guess it. You can say, oh, it looks like EF1. But the official National Weather Service ratings usually don't come back till the next day or the day after. It takes some time. There's a lot of steps that go into rating tornadoes, a lot more than you would think. They have a whole checklist they have to go through. So it does take time. But usually you can kind of get the idea of what it is by just looking at the damage 90% of the time. Okay, nothing confirmed yet. There's still a tornado warning in Texas. Like I said, this is the only tornado warning on the board right now that is affecting population. I know the McCook one is, but it's not entirely impressive on the radar scan. It's starting to get a little bit better, but let me pull up Goodland here. No, it's really not. Still not entirely impressive on that southern storm. It looks like this northern storm is doing some weird activity. You can see over just the last radar scan, it went from a perfect tight couplet to potentially producing a tornado. Some weird stuff going on right here. It's still an area of rotation, though. Probably a nice wall cloud in there. I'd imagine there's a nice wall cloud in there. Still tornado warned. Still for Hay Center, Nebraska. You should still be taking it serious. No problem, Cherry. No problem at all. Thank you, Richard, for the information 214. Let's go ahead and I'm going to hop over here to Facebook because it seems to be working better. I'm going to see if anybody has sent me anything on Facebook or if anybody's posted anything. Twitter's usually the way to go because Twitter's so quick. It's just information pops up right there. See a lot of photos from earlier tornadoes. But nothing from right now. That's why I like Twitter. Twitter is just like instant. All the Facebook ones I've seen are from an hour and a half ago. Still a tornado warning, including Hay Center, Nebraska. Definitely paying attention. Let me close out of that. I'm gonna see if I can find anything decent on Twitter too. Nobody's really been live streaming today. in this area because everybody's still south. So nobody that I know is live streaming right now. That's why we haven't pulled anything. That's why we're just pulling old photos from Twitter. It is what it is. I'm going to go through Twitter again to see if I can find any photos. Still no photos, guys. Still nothing. Let me pull up Nebraska WX only instead of trying to look all 3 states. All right, here we go. While it's a little bit dead on this one, let's switch you guys over to Twitter. I'm going to load somebody's photo from south of McCook. It's not the storm that we're monitoring on radar. This is a whole different storm. This is John McKinney. He is south of McCook. Pretty visible wall cloud there underneath the base of the supercell. This is, again, south of McCook, Nebraska. This is the tornado warning south of the one we're monitoring now. It does have a nice wall cloud. Looks like maybe some rising scud underneath it as well. Whenever you get rising scud underneath these storms like this, it feeds up into the wall cloud, and what it does is it pretty much makes the wall cloud bigger and eventually becomes the tornado. So you can see the base of the storm here, and then you got the nice tiny little wall cloud there, rising scud come below it, and then eventually you want a tornado that drops below that. So pretty nice photo there of John McKinney. That is at JMcKinneyWX1 on Twitter. I'm going to keep monitoring this storm near Hayes Center as it approaches the town, but I don't want to sleep on that McCook storm either. It's 2 radars up here. Looks like the Hayes Center storm is starting to weaken a lot. Severe thunderstorm warning stretch all the way down to south of Odessa, Texas, almost to the U.S.-Mexico border, and then all the way as north as northern Nebraska. And there's actually severe thunderstorm warnings in Maine. Portland, Maine is under a severe thunderstorm warning. So that's how wide today's threat is. All the way up in Maine, all the way south near the U.S.-Mexico border in Texas, tornado warnings in Nebraska, tornadoes in Nebraska. So really severe thunderstorms just everywhere right now. And they're giving us off pretty decent photos like this. Let's see if I can find, well, things are definitely calming down for a second. Let's pay attention to that McCook storm for a second. Window radar Omega. Just a reminder, there is a PDS tornado watch for Kansas, Colorado, and Nebraska right now. That stands for a PDS. PDS is a particularly dangerous situation. That's very rare for the National Weather Service to issue those. They issue those because they expect very large tornadoes to be part of the risk. They only issue it if they think big tornadoes are part of the risk. Still got storms firing up in the panhandle of Texas as well as western Kansas. We'll keep an eye on that. Nothing has changed for the Storm Prediction Center. Still PDS tornado watch. There is another tornado watch out for the panhandle of Texas, but it is not a PDS. So they are eyeballing strictly western Kansas, mostly of that PDS tornado watch. So let's go ahead and drop south here and look at McCook. There is a new tornado warning out too. I forgot to mention, but still nothing. I mean, it's there, but nothing impressive. Probably somewhere right in this region near Cedar Bluffs. We'll kind of monitor that for a minute too. Let's pull up on reflectivity. Again, these are tornado warnings south of McCook, Nebraska. Actually, some of them are in Kansas. That's the blue line right in the middle of the screen. So that blue line you see on the screen is actually the Kansas-Nebraska border. So these storms are just now crossing into Nebraska. Okay, lake and storm calm down a little bit. Okay, cool. All right, so let's. All right, so I think it's a good time for me to take a couple minutes. Yeah, no kidding, Adam. Yeah, he's definitely gonna have some fun in the next 48 hours. So this is a good time for me to take a couple minutes. I'm going to grab a snack, a drink of water. Guys, stick around. We still have tornado warnings in Nebraska, but I need to catch my voice again so I can continue the rest of the night. We're just now getting started, y'all. It's just now getting started. We've seen a lot of storms in Nebraska already, a lot of tornadoes, but the show is just now starting. So guys, stick around. I'll be right back. I'm going to take a 2-minute break. Ask the questions. I'll be looking at the questions in the chat room as I take my break for a couple minutes, but I'll be right back. Also, don't forget, join our public group. Okay, I know Casey's pushing that in the comments section. Join our Facebook group so that we can talk on social media more often instead of just live streams. Okay, but I will be right back, guys. All right, I want to make sure my mic works because it's been doing some weird stuff every time I come off of a break. Yeah, it's doing it again. Hang on, guys. I'll fix it. All right. Let's hope it's working now. All right. Let's hope it's working now. Okay, it is. Okay, so I know there was a report of a tornado in the Texas Panhandle. Just recently, I saw that. Still monitoring this storm only because of the population. Let's go ahead and zoom in and get an idea on the reflectivity. It looks like it's starting to get a little bit of a hook on the bottom end here. For those who just have storm coverage of a potential tornado outbreak unfolding right now in parts of Nebraska and Kansas, we do have a PDS tornado watch out until this evening for very intense tornadoes likely per the Storm Prediction Center. We're monitoring a tornado warning right now south of McCook, Nebraska, southwest. It's right on top of Cedar Bluffs, Nebraska, or Cedar Bluff, Kansas right now. About to cross into the Nebraska side of the border. Looks like maybe we have a little bit of inflow feeding into the storm here, indicated by that green flowing in, and then the red coming out right there. I don't think there's any decent rotation on that just yet. Enough to put a tornado warning out, but not enough to drop a wedge or anything. I am still watching storms back south. There's really nothing going on yet. I'm wondering if there's some type of cap in the atmosphere that's preventing storms to go up there. Because there was a storm that was popping up near west of Garden City near Lakin, but it's really struggling to get going. I would say definitely right now, the McCook or Nebraska overall is producing the best storms. We're watching them now. Still a little bit of an appendage at the bottom of this storm near Cedar Bluffs that we want to maintain. Let's go ahead and go through the questions real quick. Make sure I didn't miss anything. There might be a whole new rotation actually starting to come back here west of McCook. Definitely a hail core on that, and then a ginormous hail core on this storm right here. Let me look at velocity again. There's also still a tornado warning for Hayes Center too. I want to make sure I'm not missing that. Velocity looks not impressive up there, so yeah, not worried about that. So these two storms are kind of struggling now for the time being to really get going. I mean, they're just 30 minutes ago, these both were possibly producing tornadoes, and now they've really kind of died off. However, there's still multiple tornadoes in this row of area, and it looks like it might be starting to some convection out front, which could be prohibiting significant tornado development with all this rain out ahead of it. It kind of ruins the atmosphere. If there was no rain out, and these probably still be producing tornadoes. That very well could be the problem. Let's go ahead and shoot south to that Texas Panhandle. It is an observed tornado, as we know. I know there's no population in the way of it, for now anyway. Groover, pretty close, but and Periton is there. So it's affecting a few state roadways, but checking Twitter to make sure everything's good here. maybe. There it goes. All right. Also reading you guys' comments as well. Here is the confirmed tornado on the ground right now, just north of Groover, in the Panhandle of Texas, riding along the Oklahoma border. Let's go ahead and put that information in the banner so we know what we're looking at. So let's take apart this storm real quick as it moves towards Periton. It's kind of doing the same thing as that storm up near McCook. What it's doing is it's driving east and it's driving in east to its own convection. Could choke it off. Could struggle to continue its strength. You do see obviously the rotation right here. Definitely could be producing a tornado, especially down in the southern end of this rotation, just northeast of Groover. No population in the way right now. Bunch of cows again. This is east of State Road 136 in the Panhandle of Texas. That blue line you see right north of the tornado warning is the Oklahoma state line. So that's how close it is to Oklahoma, just to kind of give you a reference as to the location of it. Guys, don't forget to subscribe to continuing coverage of severe weather outbreaks. It's going to be a busy few days. This is just day one of really the continuous coverage. We had some stuff the last couple of days, but nothing compared to what's been going on today so far, as well as tomorrow. Tomorrow's another big day as well. So please subscribe to the channel. You guys can get updates. The goal is 1,000 subscribers for the end of the month. We're getting there. We're getting there. We got some work to do. With your guys' help, I'm sure we can. Francis says there's 2 streams for the McCook storm. I don't know where. Stream like live streams or kind of let me in the area. Maybe we'll pull them up here. So watching this storm, I mean, it could be a tornado producer pretty easy. It is confirmed, of course. Let's take a look at the information on it. This storm is moving quicker too, if you notice, because it's going east. It's actually moving east. A confirmed tornado is located 9 miles southeast of Groover, or northeast of Groover, or 14 miles northwest of Spearman, moving east at 25 miles per hour. So this storm, because it's moving quicker, a little bit better opportunity for this tornado to stay on the ground longer. We know that's been a problem today with these storms moving 5 to 10 miles per hour. You know, you can't just a tornado won't stay alive for that long, moving that slow. Z says Texas storm took out all of the Texas storm chaser windows. That's not good. Can you figure out who it is? I'd like to see some photos of that. I'm sure we will. Let's go ahead and pull up hashtag TXWX. But it's never a good thing when storm chasers get hit. Probably got nailed by some RFD, I'd imagine. Let's look here. But I hope they're okay. That's never a good thing to hear. Storm chasers losing all their windows. Still not seeing any photos. This is crazy. Has not been a lot of uploaded footage today from these storms. Let's see what this is. Okay, so here is, let's go ahead and pull this up here on Twitter. This was about 30 minutes ago or so. This is the confirmed tornado on that Texas storm that we're watching. This is a confirmed spin-up tornado, and you'll know why I'm calling it spin-up here in a second. As you can see, it's not fully condensed. You don't really, almost land spoutish. Almost looks like a land spout almost. You can actually see the horseshoe-shaped storm. And that tornado being right where you would want it to, right underneath the horseshoe. But right there is the ground circulation, indicating that a tornado is in progress. But pretty cool little horseshoe structure. But that dry slot coming in, punching it like this. But yeah, definitely ground circulation there. Definitely a tornado on the ground. This was at 5:56 p.m. Central Time. So this was a little ways ago, but still the reasoning behind the confirmation on the tornado warning. So that was courtesy of Wesley Lubingle. I don't even know how you pronounce that. Let's keep scrolling through Twitter together, see if we can find any more photos. There that is again. We just pulled that up. Looks like a pretty nice structure on this storm as well. I don't know if it's the same storm or not, but it's a nice structure. There's a few storms in Texas right now doing the thing. Let's get back over here. Looks like maybe some rotation tightening up again on this storm. That is still wanting to produce some tornadoes. You can definitely see where, if there was a tornado, where it would be right there, where the brighter red and orange is mixing with the darker green. That is just northeast of Groover. Definitely could still be a tornado producer. Let's see if they've did anything. So it's not confirmed anymore. It is back to radar indicated rotation. Tornado and baseball size hail, and it's moving east at 20 miles per hour. So slow down a little bit. But I'm sure there's still chasers on it. I never did see what happened here with the. Yeah, I'm interested, Z, if you can find out exactly what happened. If it was hail, it might have been hail. That's a good point. The hail's been pretty monstrous today, so it very well could have been hail that just busted out of their windows. Actually, I'm gonna start, instead of doing individual states, I'm just gonna do #tornado and see if maybe we can pop up some photos from today. Softball size hail. Okay, that makes sense. So they got their windows blown up by hail. That's never a fun thing. It's brutal. That's why I don't like hail. Not a fan of it. Still some rotation even with the next scan there on the southern end. I think it's again. Maybe not. Definitely some rotation there on the southern end of that main circulation. It's going to be probably just Smith Spearman to the north. Periton, maybe it might just cut right through. If it continues the path, it might just cut right through both those towns, cross Highway 15, Highway 83, and keep doing its thing. It's always good to see that. You never want to see storms get near. Look at this. Wow. And that is massive rotation now. So this storm probably likely putting down another tornado west of Periton. Definitely some tight coupling going on there. I'm going to see if there's anybody live streaming. It's crazy how there hasn't been many people streaming today. Assuming because we're all waiting for storms to fire up in West Kansas, and they're just not. Some information: that storm to the north that we were watching near Hayes Center is no longer tornado warned. That is good news if you live in Hayes Center. Looks like they dropped it right before that storm had reached the area. I still don't see storms firing up in West Kansas at all. I'm really shocked that there's tornadoes up in Nebraska, considering I think there's lack of moisture up there, but they're performing way better than Kansas right now. All right, so let's hop up to Kansas. This looks like this is avoiding population. There's a pretty tight couplet going on up north. Which storm would this be? I believe it's this one right here. There's a pretty tight couple going on in this storm to the north in Kansas. This is the original warning from earlier that we were monitoring. Is looking pretty tight. It's moving the population too. So we'll see. There's a lot of chase on this storm. So we'll see what they're reporting. Oh my goodness. This last radar scan, guys, is a huge tornado on the ground. There's likely a ginormous, it hasn't updated on here yet, right here, ginormous tornado on the ground. Just based on radar scan alone. There it is. Is that it? Yeah. That is probably a pretty big tornado happening right now. Pollard. Let's see if there's any reports of tornado. I don't see any. We have a rotating wall cloud, but that was 20 minutes ago. Let's see. Still radar indicated. That's some pretty big rotation there, guys. So we'll have to monitor that. That's going into population as well. Pollard is cutting it close. I don't even show that town on here, so I'm wondering if maybe it's not really a town. So this is a tornado warning near Frederick, Kansas. This one is absolutely massive on rotation, guys. Definitely a moving storm. Right there is your rotation. Especially where the the bright reds are mixing with the greens. I would say Polar is cutting it close here. Definitely cutting it close. We'll see what storm chasers report here in a minute. I'm going to see if there's anybody live streaming this storm. Let me go. Which town would this be near? Bushton. Okay, so we have a Levi Ward that is live streaming right now on this storm. Let's see what he's reporting. Gosh, this app, man. This app is always giving us trouble. So Levi Ward's on the storm. I'm watching his stream right now. If I see something that sticks out, I'll be sure to bring you guys over there. I don't see anything sticking out quite yet on that storm. Let's see if anybody else is on it. Also, that's live streaming. Doesn't seem like it. So we'll watch Levi Ward's live stream here. I'll watch it. I'll keep you guys posted on it if I see anything. Definitely some really tight rotation. Could be tornado at any moment. Even with the next radar scan, it's still. I wonder how fast the storm's moving. Is it moving fast? 25 mile per hour. That's good enough. So this storm is actually moving at a decent speed. So John Humphreys is in a tornado. That didn't shock me. Is he on this storm? I can't remember how to find his live stream. I have such trouble remembering. I think he's Severe Studios. Let's see. Live storm chasers. Hopefully this loads, man. It's just been one of those days. Okay, there's John Humphreys. I'm going to pull John live stream here and see what he's looking at. He's in a tornado. It might not even load. Come on. It's trying to load. Hang on, guys. If I can get you guys over to... you still see pretty tight rotation going on in this storm. I don't... Is it... hold on. Let me back out of that. Still not observed yet. I still don't see any storm reports of it being observed. But area of circulation I wish this radar would update quicker. This is 6 minutes old now. But your main area rotation is right there. His stream is not loading. He's probably in the tornado, so probably not going to get him anytime soon. So we're waiting for this radar to update. As soon as it updates, it'll kind of give us a clearer picture of what we're looking at here. Some pretty tight rotation happening now. No, he's out. It's definitely not loading. For me, anyway. Probably because I'm running 4 powerful websites at the same time. Not going to let me load another one. My goodness, this rotation's insane. I really wish this radar would load. It is almost 10 minutes old now. There it goes. Jeez. So massive rotation. Definitely a tight couplet happening right there. North of Lyons, southeast of Frederick, southwest of Geneseo. Yeah. Geneseo. Pull up any live storm chasing that I can. Nothing is loading. And nobody is live streaming on livestormchasing.com on this storm. So that's out of the question. We'll keep that up, though, just in case. I don't see any storm reports yet of a confirmed tornado. Rotation is certainly massive. Probably a pretty nice wall cloud. If you guys see any pictures or anything, let me know. Okay, Humphreys is out of it now. Okay, maybe it'll load for me now. I can't get anything to load. I think it's just because I'm trying to operate some software. Same time this computer can't handle it. That's what you guys' subscriptions are for. Help me get some money for doing some live streams so I can upgrade equipment over time. Help me help you. Okay, now I can see his live stream. Let's see if it'll load for me. At first it wasn't there. Yeah, Floss Daily. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. How they lost all their windows. I believe it probably softball size hail coming down on that storm down south. I better make sure I'm paying attention to it too. It'd be interesting to see what all these storm chasers still waiting in West Texas decide to do. A lot of them are not moving. They are waiting for something to happen. So we'll see if storms actually fire up back there or not. Right now, the storm. Right now, the storm of the moment is the storm with that couplet happening. Yeah, yeah, that would definitely not be fun to lose all the windows at the same time. Definitely not fun. That's unfortunate, but one of the risks you take chasing storms of this severity. Just gotta have that emergency funding on standby every time you go out and chase because you just never know. John, I'm not sure. Maybe. Depends on what part of Illinois you're in. So next radar update, you can kind of see now an area here. Still tight, still pretty tight. Still pretty broad on rotation, however, but you can tell by the sharp cutoff between the red and the greens that this is going to be a big tornado if it does do something, and how wide the area is. Still tornado warned, of course, south of Geneseo, west of Galt. This is in eastern Kansas now. Okay, I am watching John Humphrey's live stream now, so. Looks like that might be a wall cloud there he's on, so I'll kind of watch that, feed that information to you guys. Yeah, the storm up near McCook is still doing stuff. Every time I turn, so the problem with today has been every time I turn away from one storm, another storm starts to do things. So I come down to this storm because it looks good, and the north storm was kind of killing out. There was no tornado warning there for a second. Went down to the south storm, and then I saw that this storm was doing some goodies. So I was like, well, so now we just wait, see if this storm decides to do anything. Let me check Twitter here, and to make sure I'm keeping an eye on this live stream, make sure there's no tornado on the ground. Almost looks like the storm is outflow dominant, because it looks like it has a pretty massive shelf cloud on it. All right, let's go up and search for #tornado. See if we can find anything on Twitter of the tornadoes recently. Still actively monitoring this storm tornado warning in eastern Kansas, due north of Lyons, Kansas, near the Geneseo and Frederick area. Where's Texas Storm Chaser? Where are they live streaming at? Are they have a Facebook or something? While you answer that, I will be right back, guys. Okay, so they're. Hold on, better make sure my audio is working. Okay, it is. So they're streaming on YouTube. Okay. The rotation's still there, man. I mean, it's still trying to do something here. South of Geneseo, west of Galt, pretty broad still. Waiting for some tightening up somewhere in here. See those brighter reds and darker greens come mixing together. We're still waiting for that to happen, but still rotating. Still well deserving of the tornado warning. Let me check down south. Okay, I'll keep my eye on that southern storm too. There's just no population in the way. That's why I'm not really eager to race down there just yet. Let me look up Texas storm chasers on YouTube. Okay, I see it now. All right, so I'll pay attention to that down south as well. Thanks, Casey. I appreciate it, buddy. Pay attention to that south. All right, sorry about that, guys. There was a lot of police sirens outside, so I want to make sure nothing was going on. Okay. I forgot YouTube does that thing now. If you close the tab, it pauses automatically on the video. Okay, so I'm watching Texas Storm Chasers now on that Groover Texas Storm. If something happens there, I'll make sure to take us over there. What's going on with this storm? Still, it's hard to tell, man. Maybe right there. So let's go ahead and jump south to that storm near Groover, Texas. Which one would it be? This one. And we'll kind of pay attention to this storm for a second. That storm up north being stubborn. Trying to bounce around as much as I can, guys. A lot of storms, a lot of tornadoes happening right now. I know there's also tornado warnings up in Nebraska that I have to watch too because that's a populated area. And then, of course, this storm down here in the panhandle of Texas. Geez. Kind of a sloppy velocity run, but you can make out some rotation right in there. Let's go back over. That tightened up really quick. Jeez. It's like I circled it and then it wanted to do its thing. Let's go ahead. Let me check their live stream here. Okay, it's really hard to tell the storm structure just based on the live stream, so I can't really see much, but I can see some rotation in there for sure. So I will monitor that. Look at that rotation just tightening up. Jeez. Right there. Starting to come together here. Southern end of this storm. They very well could have a pretty big tornado here in a minute. I'll keep my eye on that. Let's go back to Twitter. Well, we got a minute, guys. Appreciate everybody being here. Make sure you guys subscribe if you can. I know some of you don't have Gmail accounts and you're just watching it. But if you can, subscribe to YouTube to me on YouTube at Zach Walters Official. Little button right there, probably below the main screen. Helps. It really does. My goal is to get to 1,000 subscribers for the end of the month. We're getting there. I appreciate everybody. We also have a public Facebook group happening. I know a couple of people have asked to join. I'm working. Casey and I are working on getting everybody in. But you can join our public Facebook group. Search for Zach Walters WX-public group on Facebook. We are tracking storms producing tornadoes across Texas, Kansas, Nebraska, a little bit of everywhere. we are eyeballing this storm in the panhandle of Texas, west of Periton, Texas. There is a PDS tornado watch out for this area. Actually, I'm sorry. There is no PDS tornado watch for this area. This is a regular tornado watch. However, the PDS tornado watch goes across Kansas, Colorado, and Nebraska. So let's go ahead and look at that rotation just tighten up. Jeez. Definitely tightened up there on that last scan. You can see right here, bright yellows, dark greens mixed in there. That is some pretty good rotation. Let's hold on. Let's what should I do here? Trying to find I don't see anything happening on Texas Storm Chasers live stream just yet. Let's see if Marcus, my friend Marcus, is live streaming yet. Doesn't appear to be that way. Looks like Texas Storm Chasers might have something. I can't tell though. They're jumping around a lot on that stream. Still watching Texas Storm Chasers on YouTube. Looks like they might have a confirmed tornado on that storm. Really hard to tell from their stream though. I think they're a decent distance away from the. Yeah, I'm watching it, guys. Yeah, I got it open on a tab. I was watching it. Looks like they're pulling away from it now. Let's go ahead and go over to Livestorm, or I'm sorry, not livestormchasing.com. Let's go over to Texas Storm Chasers in the Panhandle. Because I can't do that. I guess I could do it. It did it for a second and then it went away. We'll pay attention to them for a second and see what happens on that stream. That is courtesy of Texas Storm Chasers on YouTube. I won't say they're too long, only because it's not my stream. Yeah, I'm paying attention to it, guys. Been monitoring it. I'm also jumping back and forth between them and Twitter, see if there's any new photos. It just blows my mind. I haven't seen a lot of live streams from storms today. There actually is a new storm now going up south of Garden City. It has been severe wind. That could be what everybody's been waiting for. There's also a storm starting to go up now just north of Garden City, south of Scott City, and the line of chasers come running. There's also a new tornado warning south of this tornado warning in Texas. And then we're still monitoring that tornado warning back east in Kansas. They say it was anticyclonic. That makes sense. Yeah, I don't have the audio on, so I can't hear the windows flopping in the wind. This is, I don't know. It's really hard to tell which storm is going to do what. I mean, you got the Nebraska tornadoes not really doing much. You got the Kansas tornadoes over here. That aren't really doing a ton. And then you have these tornadoes in the panhandle that are starting to do something. This storm's definitely starting to ramp up here. Let me check radar. Yeah. They'll probably have a pretty decent sized tornado here in a minute of Highway 15. Levi Ward is on the Lions, Kansas storm. Is that the one east? Yeah, it is. The problem with pulling live streams is that a lot of them are copyrighted and they are not for broadcast. So a lot of live streams I can't pull and use on my video, or else I would have to pay for it. Which is why we're about to exit off of the Texas Storm Chasers one. That's why I like Twitter. Twitter, you can pull anything. It's a fair use site, Fair Use Act site, so I can pull any photos and publicize them on the video. But with live streams, that's different. Let's go ahead and go back to radar on this storm. Definitely looking good. As soon as they get something, I'm sure they'll upload a photo somewhere, and we will pull that photo, probably on Twitter, and take a look. Actually, I'll look them up on Twitter right now while we sit in the radar. Texas Storm Chasers. But that's the one thing about live streams we have to be careful with. We can't pull random people's live streams because they could yell at me for that. I can watch them and feed you guys information, or vice versa. Let's see here. Oh, come on, Twitter. Jeez. Taking forever. I just need a little bit more powerful of a computer to do this. So still monitoring this tornado warning. This is kind of the talk right now with those red and greens mixing together. Yeah, I can't pull John Humphrey's live stream. I'd have to pay for that. I will watch it though. But it says not for broadcast on it, so unfortunately I can't. News site I could, and then just pay for it later, but unfortunately I cannot do that. That's not what I clicked on. Come on now. I will pull John Humphrey's video though. Taking about 15 minutes to reposition. Yeah, the storms aren't going very fast. It's not that hard to. It's probably a bad road network out there though. I remember when I was down there chasing the last few times, we just had terrible road networks, and it would take 25 minutes just to get back in front of the storm. It was a nightmare. I'm gonna pull John Humphrey's video. Okay, I can see the rotation. Yeah. Corey Inman's got a pretty good location on it too. I wish these people would post to Twitter. Wish somebody would post to Twitter. If you guys have seen anything, yeah, I can't. If you guys have anything like on Twitter that you can see that looks really good, sometimes people live stream on Twitter too, but it's more rare because of Twitter becoming a fair use act, kind of like a freedom of information type of thing. So you can actually snag photos and videos off of Twitter, and you don't have to credit the person. If they post them on Twitter, it's fair game. That's the new rule on that last update. But I can't go into like YouTube, or I can't go into individual websites and snag live streams for my live stream. Yeah, I heard you can kind of see it or hear it too. I'm going to pull John Humphrey's video, see what we got going here. But if you're just tuning in, there is a tornado warning nearing Periton, Texas. This is, I believe, still radar indicated. It is still radar indicated. However, in some live streams that we saw, there was maybe brief spin-ups, anticyclonic tornadoes happening. Looks like the rotation itself is kind of weakening a bit here. Let's see here. Texas Storm Chasers are not posting anything on their Twitter feed right now. Let's do hashtag TexasWX. Don't want to sleep on those Kansas Storm either. I know that's still going too. I'm trying to bounce back and forth. It's crazy how scattered these tornado warnings are today. They've been all over the place. Definitely some good rotation on that eastern Kansas storm now. And it looks like storms are maybe... Okay, I'm giving up on that. It's taking far too long to load. That storm in eastern Kansas really picked the rotation now. Let me go to livestormchasing.com and see what they're seeing. If it'll load. Severe Studios wasn't loading, so I couldn't really pull John Humphreys. But it's probably not loading because I'm running this software. It is what it is. So we'll pay attention to livestormchasing.com. This is actually more labeled, so I wouldn't mind sharing the live stream off of here because it's labeled. You know who it is and you know what website it is. I'm watching Levi Ward on that eastern Kansas storm right now. Make sure that it's not dropping a tornado. I'm also paying attention to the southern area. We know Sebastian has a PDS tornado watch, actually, even worse. PDS tornado watch out for Garden City, Kansas. It's been in effect for a few hours now. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything here. Pampa, Texas, with a tornado warning to its west. That's just northeast of Amarillo. Really broad rotation, nothing tight there. This storm actually starting to lose a little bit of its rotation, just a tad. Let's switch over to Dodge City. They got storms firing up now. Southwest of Dodge City. Again, that's in the area where we figured some of the worst storms would be for the day, but really Nebraska and Texas have taken over the show so far, especially Nebraska. Multiple tornadoes on the ground. Many times. Yeah, that's the storm I'm watching right now, Dark Nile, the Montezuma storm. That's the area in which we were kind of I was kind of highlighting for severe storms, but really Nebraska has just has done it all today. Go ahead and hop over to the live stream on Live Storm Chasing. Since it's watermarked, we can actually pop over there and look at it. This is Levi Ward in Lyons, Kansas. His live stream. Look at that beautiful storm back to the west there. Definitely want to do its business, so we'll kind of keep an eye on that. Let me go ahead and make that bigger for y'all. This is courtesy of Levi Ward, livestormchasing.com, showing the severe storms back there. That's a live stream provided to us. That's the eastern Kansas tornado warning. I saw somebody mention to me in the chat. Hang on. Is he live streaming? Justin Hillard. It looks like that eastern Kansas storm is no longer tornado warned. So the one that you're seeing Levi Ward drive to, it looks like it has gorgeous structure on it, but it is not tornado warned anymore. Let's go to Justin Hillard, who's on that Spearman, Texas storm. Let's see what he's looking at down south. I just now. Okay, I see it. Yeah, okay. Looks like maybe have a little bit of lowering tucked in behind there. Yeah, I see it now. Completely spaced. I didn't think about looking at the actual thing. So currently, there are no tornado warnings in the entire state of Kansas. There are 2 tornado warnings in Texas, and I believe still 2 tornado warnings in Nebraska. Yep. So 2 in Nebraska, 2 in Texas, none in Kansas. However, storms near Dodge City where we were thinking they were going to fire up are starting to go now. And it was about this time of the day that we were to expect storms to kind of get going. So just a matter of time. Couldn't play video. He must be in the back. He is in North Texas, so we might lose him for a little bit. Is what it is. Yeah. We're probably not going to get him. He probably lost service. Let's see if anybody else is in Texas. Bob Pack's in Texas. Let's see if Bob's doing. Let's see. Where's he at? Plainview. Plainview's way south, isn't it? Still watching that Texas storm chasers were on. It's definitely weakened on rotation just a little bit, but could very easily become another severe thunderstorm. Justin Hillard right there lost his live stream, so that's why we can't see anything. Bob Pack is near Plainview. I just can't remember where Plainview is. Texas has so many towns, I just lose track of everything. I felt like that was south, though, for some reason. Oh, yeah, I see it. Okay, he's on that southern, Bob Pack, the one we're watching, he's on that not far southern, but he's on a southern severe thunderstorm warning. North of Lubbock. Yo, what happened? I don't know, Sebastian, what happened? You're probably talking about Justin's live stream. Yeah, it cut out. You can tell now he's on position only because he lost his live stream. Nobody else is on those storms. Brett is in Garden City. He's tracking that storm probably coming up on the south end. Really bizarre day. I mean, the area where we expected storms to fire up a little bit. I mean, I guess it's only 7:25 Central Time, but I thought these storms were going up about 5 o'clock. We're about 2.5 hours deep in thought where the storms were going to fire. All right, so let's see here. I'm still looking at like different social media accounts. I'm still watching Bob Pack right there, livestormchasers.com. I just ran into him and met him for the first time last week. Let's see what's going on here. I don't know. I have no idea if Garden City is going to get hit by a tornado. I have no way of predicting that. I would say no. Looks like the more severe storm is to the southeast right now. I don't know. Honestly, Garden City's in. I don't know. I think Garden City might be okay. If it were going to happen, I feel like it would already happen by now. There's a storm blowing up southeast of Garden City that I will keep an eye on. Really, these are they're really sloppy storms right now. None of these storms have good signatures. The best looking storm is west of Periton, where the Texas Storm Chasers is on. The rest of them are, Levi Ward probably has some amazing structure, because that is no longer really a tornadic storm. It looks like he's maybe underneath the whale's mouth, underneath the shelf cloud almost. It might be rotating still. I don't know. I haven't really looked. Yeah, I mean, it's still rotating. That could be a wall cloud right there. This is Little River, Kansas, so he's looking directly at the wall cloud right now. You can actually see now right here the lowering. This is Little River, Kansas. Oh, big time rotation on that storm now. Yeah, may have a little bit of a lowering tucked back in there. Pretty good rotation. Looks like just west of Little River. I'm surprised there's not a new tornado warning yet. So he's in that area. So if it's going to do anything, it's going to do anything right over that tree line. Looks like maybe even a funnel starting to form there for briefs. I can't really see it. It might be a funnel right there coming down below. I would definitely say that maybe is a developing tornado right there. Let's see if I can pull this up bigger without closing. Yeah, there we go. So we're currently watching livestormchasing.com. Looks like a wall cloud starting to form. Maybe we had a brief funnel there for a second. You can definitely see the back end of that wall cloud. I can't really hover over it because it just pulls that up. But definitely some rotation. It might be even a tornado on the ground there. I'm actually starting to see maybe some dust being kicked up, but I really can't tell. Looks like he's going to change positions here, probably try to stay out of it. But a pretty impressive storm system happening right now. That is near Little River, Kansas. Definitely starting to do its thing over there. Let's see what else is happening here. Okay, so while he's shifting positions there, let's go ahead and check the radar for that storm. Still looking pretty good. Still not tornado warned. They'll show us probably Texas here first. Let's go ahead and hop over to that Kansas storm. That's looking really sloppy right now, so I'm kind of glad we're leaving it for a minute. Nope, that's not it. Look at all the severe thunderstorm warnings out, even all the way up in the Northeast. I think this is it. Boom. So we'll let that load for a second while he's changing locations. I'll let you know whenever he gets back into position. We'll hop back over there. Okay, so here's the storm on velocity. Probably seeing that wall cloud right there coming over Little River. Maybe even further back towards over here, rather. It looks like just kind of like a mess, though, on reflectivity, which is why I was hesitant on going back there. It's not even tornado warned, but definitely a good visual on that storm by Levi Ward. You can tell there's not much. I mean, it's just sloppy. It's just a mess right now. Kind of the way it's been all day. I mean, there's been those storms up in Nebraska were really doing well with structure, and we're really getting those good hooks on them. And then they died off and became sloppy. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. This storm's up near east of McCook. Look not so impressive now. Still kind of keeping the eye on the storms in Texas. Not as impressive as they were. There's definitely some rotation on a storm west of White Deer, Texas, that we want to keep an eye on. The rotation is insanely broad at the moment. Actually, no, I'm sorry. That might be... I can't tell if that's radar or if that's just... There is a weather spotter confirmed funnel cloud on the storm west of White Deer, Texas. Let's go ahead and see if Levi's back in spot here. And it is buffering. Could be a pretty decent looking storm here at the moment in Texas. Not the northern one that Texas storm chasers are on, but the southern one. Geez. Okay, he's probably in a dead spot now too. As his stream is no longer working for me anyway. See, Justin Hillard's back up, so let's see what his looks like. Close that. Let's go ahead and go back to Texas. Pull up Justin Hillard. You can kind of see, you can kind of make out maybe a wall cloud right here with some rising scud. He is on that, I believe, that very northern storm. Give me a second here. Let me locate that town he's on or in. Yeah, he's on that northern storm, I believe. Still eyeballing that southern tornado warning too. So really starting to ramp up. Incredible wind speeds tucked in. I would not be surprised that doesn't become a tornado here briefly. Still no tornado warning in east central Kansas. I guess it's still central Kansas. Jeez, it's moving so slow. Still no tornado warning on that central Kansas storm that we were eyeballing earlier. Really, Texas is the only place to kind of keep an eye on right now. Let's go ahead and, since nothing's happening here yet, let's go ahead and drop south to the storm near White Deer, Texas. It's a good name. I want to show you guys how good the rotation is on. Oh man, this is gonna be a big tornado. Hold on. Where's? It's not that one. I don't think. I don't know which one it is. Yes, we're gonna guess this one. Oh, I guessed wrong. I guessed wrong. So give me a second. Let me get on this correct storm here. Pretty massive rotation. Geez, almost 2 areas. Probably be severely rain wrapped, but probably 2 areas of rotation. Maybe 2 tornadoes on the ground. We know that was happening up in Nebraska earlier. This is towards. Yeah, look at that. So you got the tight couplet right there is probably producing, and then you have this is a little bit more broad, not producing as significant, but this right here is absolutely what you want to see if you're looking for a tornado. It's still radar indicated. It does say weather spotters reported a funnel cloud. I don't believe anybody's on that storm. No live streaming. But that is the more significant significant rotation I've seen today. It's really impressive. Storm heading towards Dodge City is popping off. Oh, yeah, better pay attention to that, shouldn't I? Dodge City is under a warning now. Not a tornado warning, but a severe thunderstorm warning. So we'll kind of keep an eye on that. Texas storm chaser guy, tornado, okay. Again, I can't pull long periods of live streaming. I also have to pay for it. That's why we're jumping in and out of radar. Let's jump down to Amarillo. Check the radar up there. I'm still really impressed with the intensity of this rotation here. Look how strong the winds are going at each other in this area. And this is moving, I think this is moving due east. So White Deer, pretty much in the path of maybe 2 tornadoes, 2 areas of rotation at least, to pay attention to. Oh, looks like it maybe shifted northeast a little bit on that last run. Still there. Definitely this one, probably putting out a funnel of some kind. And then this one back here, pretty broad, but probably a really nice wall cloud right now. But you're not going to be able to see it. You know why? Because I will circle where the rotation is. Switch back over to reflectivity. That's why. It is absolutely just drenched in rain. So it's going to be really hard to see the storms at all. I think the best angle at the storm will probably be on the southern end looking into the storm. You're definitely not going to see it if you're up here, unless you're on it. You're not going to see it if you're over here until it gets on top of you. So very difficult to see this storm. Let's go back north where that confirmed tornado was reported by Texas storm chasers. West of Periton. These are really the only 2 impressive storms happening right now in the entire country. Let's pull up velocity. Utter disaster. That's good. That's good. Wasn't expecting to see a joke in the comments. All right. Still monitoring these storms just outside of Periton. This is the one where Texas storm chasers were reporting a tornado on the ground, or there was a tornado on the ground on their stream. Real quick, guys, before we continue, make sure you guys subscribe. Severe weather coverage. We have been live for almost 5 hours now. 5 hours. I've been talking for 5 hours. So hit that subscribe button if you can. It helps me out tremendously. Trying to get to 1,000 for the end of the month. So if you want to keep updated with severe weather coverage, all tornado outbreaks, all severe weather outbreaks, the threat is shifting tomorrow to Oklahoma, Kansas again, all the way to Missouri, and even all the way into Illinois tomorrow. So if you live anywhere in there, make sure you hit the subscribe button and the notification button so you guys can stay on top of that. Let's go ahead and eyeball some live streams here to see what we got going on. I'm watching Justin Hilliard. He's still on that same storm. I don't see any tornado on the ground currently. Let's see what is happening with Levi. He was in that little river. It's definitely outflow dominant now. Giant shelf cloud on Levi Ward's view. Brett Adair's up in Garden City. Always going after that storm. That's near Dodge City right now. Beautiful updraft on it. You can see on his live stream. But nothing quite to be concerned about yet. So really nothing much happening with these storms just yet. However, there is obviously a tornado report in this storm. Let's do... Still monitoring these storms, guys. If you see anything on Twitter, actually, that's a good point. Maybe I should check some Twitter here. It's always important to keep you guys updated on the social media version too, to make sure that we're not missing anything over here. Oh, dang it. I wonder how many times I'm going to hit the wrong button today. All right, I'm going to take you guys to Twitter real quick. We're talking about a tornado confirmation near Periton. This chaser does have a picture on his camera that he took. Possible brief tornado touchdown 15 miles west of Periton, Texas. Posted 1 minute ago by Luca Lee at AZ Luca Lee on Twitter, providing the confirmation of that tornado west of Periton. It's a good grab by him. Still eyeballing some live streams as well. Making sure we're not missing anything. Definitely a beautiful area to chase as well as a storm chaser. It's flat, it's open. You can see for miles. So a lot of times we're seeing tornadoes that are miles and miles away because you can see them. It's really impressive. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Where did Casey go? Did he jump off already? I know he has his kids, so he's probably busy. But so possible tornado confirmation west of Periton. This was confirmed by other storm chasers. Let's go ahead and keep scrolling through Twitter to see if we can find any other photos. Looks like right here we got a brief tornado again. This is courtesy of Corey Einman, probably from his live stream. Looks like a brief tornado coming down to the ground there. This is west of Periton again. Recently, 10 minutes ago. Mike Morgan doing the retweet there. That was as of 7:35 p.m. Central Time. We'll continue here. Looks like a nice wall cloud developing there. There's Corey again. Looks like that's about it. Here's the same storm, tornado warned supercell west of Periton, Texas, by Nolan Meister. Pretty good footage there, or pretty good picture there, rather, of the wall cloud. That's kind of what we're, looking for. Those wall clouds dropping down on the ground, and then that's when they produce those tornadoes underneath them. And like I said, it's so flat out here that you can see that for miles. So still paying some attention. There is a new tornado warning in Kansas, northwest Kansas. New tornado warning. Still not entirely impressive on the rotation, but it's there. So 3 tornado warnings currently. 1 in Kansas, 2 in Texas. Not as significant as I expected of a day. However, we've had a few pretty good tornadoes today. So, I mean, we still have plenty of the night, too, as the low-level jet ramps up. I want to pay attention across western Kansas throughout the night. Want to make sure that you're not getting anything when you're sleeping. Make sure you have a way to receive warnings. But a slow start, certainly a slow start. 8:47 here on the East Coast. Hang on a second. 8:47 here on the East Coast, 7:30. Still decent time, though. And I know that the Storm Prediction Center was saying that storms could go till about 10 or 11 o'clock tonight across the PDS warned area. Been sitting too long. Let me close that. A lot of tweets just... Okay, that's pretty. This looks like the tornado over here. Okay, never mind. That's just front. It looks like a tornado almost, doesn't it? But he claims a gust front, no tornado in the supercell so far. This was at 1910. So this was at 7:10. So roughly 40 minutes ago or so. Let's go ahead. Let's pull up the Storm Prediction Center and see how many tornado reports we've had today. Let's go ahead and go back to radar here. Kind of keep an eye on these tornado warning cells a bit. Blow it up so you guys can see it a little bit better. All right, so obviously still reporting a tornado confirmation near Periton, Texas. What looked like it was brief. Wasn't on the ground very long, but it was a tornado for a minute. I'm going to check and see how many storm reports we've had today. So in total so far, 22 tornado reports. There's still a PDS tornado watch out, of course. But we've just really not seen much in that box just yet. We have some storms firing up down near Garden City. I'll actually break you guys away from the radar for a second and show you the current PDS tornado watch that's in effect, courtesy of the Storm Prediction Center, of course. So here's the watch box. This was the area of main concern today. Anywhere in the red Boxton area. You see some storms now really going near Dodge City. But most of the storms today that were big-time tornado producers were right here in this portion of the tornado watch box. We had multiple tornado reports all in this area earlier. Some of them were huge, pretty decent sized stovepipe tornadoes that were producing. We've had basically nothing anywhere in this region right here. There's been nothing. Maybe we got a tornado warning right now right there. But it's been really quiet in this western half of the box, and I'm wondering if maybe the storm's fired up just a little bit east of the box, and that's why there's been nothing back here, because we're getting a lot of storms up here that produce tornadoes. Now we have a tornado warning here, and now we're watching Dodge City, of course. But yeah, so that's what we're kind of expecting out of the day. I don't know. Hold on. Let me pull it up. I'm going to pull up forecast model. I will let you guys tag along to what I'm doing over here. We're going to, first off, I'm going to get rid of that caption because we're not going to be covering Periton here. Let's go ahead and hop to the College of DuPage meteorology site. We're going to pull some model runs here. See kind of what the HERS shows over the next couple hours. This is yep. So it really shows these storms up here beginning to ramp up, as you can tell. And then you got this storm over here, which is still being picked up on radar. It's still going. You got the storm down here near Periton, Texas, which is producing a tornado, still going. Let's go ahead and jump ahead. 1 hour. Okay, so now you got storms back near Garden City later in the evening, still firing up, producing maybe a tornado. This is it's close to sundown, which I would think would be about right now. So this is, so this would be right now. So this is the storm that is already being picked up on radar. So the HERS is picking up on that. And then you go ahead another hour, 2 hours, and you're really not seeing much of anything back towards western Kansas. It's mostly out ahead. These right here become pretty prolific, damaging wind threats. And then maybe one supercell right here. And then these start to die off as the line goes down. This is after sundown. Let's jump ahead another 2 hours, and then absolutely nothing. So I would say that we're kind of done with the western Kansas threat for now, just based on model runs. The only concern now for western Kansas, I would say, is that current storm that is picking up across near Dodge City would be the only one. Garden City, I think you're fine now. I really do. I think you're fine. I don't think there's, according to models anyway, there's really nothing to worry about. I mean, there's really no more. The only tornado warnings. Is there still a tornado warning? Yeah, there is. Really just sloppy storm system. Wasn't really expecting that. I was expecting more or less of organized, severe thunderstorms, supercell thunderstorms, all across western Kansas, just dropping tornadoes like they're going out of style. Didn't happen right along the dry line. I suppose for now we can at least check on storms and kind of make our way around. But they're definitely not producing as much as I had originally thought. So looks like this one might be trying to tornado again, but it's even weakening out. And that's what was expected, guys. We know that forecast models were taking this storm and pretty much killing it over the next hour or so, and then it'll just be a just probably a thunderstorm producing some hail, maybe some wind as it ends its life cycle. Let's race north and check out this tornado warning in Kansas. So let's click on this. Kansas. This is radar indicated rotation. Did not look that impressive last time I looked on my phone. Whatever it is, it's nearing Lenora. So we'll take a look at this and see how we feel about it. First of all, thank you guys so much for staying with me. I know a lot of you were here the entire stream. That's awesome, guys. More to come tomorrow. We have another severe weather event tomorrow. I would say this was a severe weather outbreak. Lots of tornado reports. Definitely a tornado outbreak across many states. Lots of significant hail reports. We know that Texas storm chasers lost a lot of windows from the hail, and they were still chasing too. Bless them. So here's the northern Kansas tornado warning. Take it how you want. Didn't look that impressive. It's not. I would assume that they will not continue this tornado warning, as it does not look that impressive. And that's pretty much it. We got that tornado warning and the tornado warning in Texas. That is what remains. The two tornado warnings in Texas. We can go ahead and look at the tornado warning in extreme southern panhandle of Texas. Not extreme, I guess, but the very southernmost tornado. That's nearing some population. And it's actually looking pretty good. So let's go south of that one. I don't even know which county it is. I think it's going to be this one. Ooh. Yep. So this one's nearing some population down near Pampa, White Deer, and it looked like it maybe had a little bit of a hook going on in the back end. While that loads, guys, please subscribe to the YouTube channel. We're doing good things here. I got a lot of great followers already. You guys have been amazing, asking a lot of good questions. But if you want to continue receiving severe weather outbreak information, also join the public Facebook group. I know we've had a lot of people asked to come in. If you have a Facebook, you use it all the time. Join the online group. It's public, it's free. Basically, you go in there, we'll accept you in, and then we will let you know whenever we're getting ready to stream or whenever there's getting ready to be a severe weather outbreak of some kind. We will keep you completely posted. That way you're not just waiting for a notification to go off on your phone whenever I go live. You'll stay 100% caught up in the mix. Yeah. So let's go ahead and edit this. This tornado warning is nearing the White Deer area. It looks like it's actually got a pretty good signature on it here. I don't know if this is still radar indicated rotation or is this an actual tornado. Okay, so right now what we're looking at is a tornado warning that does include the town of White Deer, Texas. Look pretty decent signature on. Let's go ahead and pull velocity here. This is actually going into population. So it's a bit more severe than the other ones that we've been watching. I've had to pee like crazy today. I think it's too much water. All right. So you can actually see, zoom in just a little bit here. I guess I can't when I got that on. So you definitely see the area of concern right here with those red and greens mixing together, just outside of White Deer, just southwest of Pampa. Pampa is a rather populated city, so we'll kind of pay attention to that for a couple minutes. Let's I'm checking Twitter, also checking live streams here. This is approaching the Pampa, Texas area. Just outside of way. The next scan kind of weakened it out a little bit. I wonder what the storm speeds are on it. It's been a big problem. 20 miles per hour, it's going fast enough. This is still a weather spotter reported a funnel cloud storm, so they have not updated this in a minute. It's been about 15 minutes since they've updated this tornado warning. But really, if you want to pay attention, Pampa, it'll be here before too long. It's one of the quicker, more moving storms of the day, even though it's only going 20 miles per hour. Let me check chats here. I'm probably missing some things. Thanks, Glenna. See you tomorrow. KFOR will be, yeah, they will be. It's going to be another busy day tomorrow, especially for local media companies. 950 people live in White Deer. Okay, thank you for that, John. It's good to know because some of these towns are on the map, but they're actually not even towns anymore. So it's good to know if they're still populated or not. Again, if you live in White Deer, seek shelter. Definitely rotation right on your doorstep. This tornado warning does include you. Also includes Skellytown. Pampa, you're just outside of it, and this rotation is really running parallel with US 60, Highway 60. A lot of towns have missed a couple of close calls today, including like McCook, Nebraska missed. A few towns outside of McCook missed twin tornadoes. So definitely some lucky towns today that have dodged bullets. But that's a good thing about the Central Plains is that there's not a lot of population. It's a lot of open land for miles. So these tornadoes can touch down and be on the ground for a while and not do anything. New radar scan. Still kind of paying attention to right here, but it's still not really doing much here. Definitely, if you were a storm chaser and you didn't move out of western Kansas, you definitely did not see anything today. And I'm sure I'm going to end up seeing that on some Twitter feeds today of people that didn't even see anything because they didn't move because they thought that western Kansas is going to wake up. I've seen some pretty good pictures on social media of the tornadoes up north in Nebraska, but nothing. Definitely nothing in western Kansas today. It was pretty quiet where we expected it to be active. So so new tornado warning in Nebraska is being reported. Let me see. Oh, okay, I see it. I probably didn't see it because it blended in so with the other warnings. It's just been insanely sloppy storms today. We're not getting a lot of that structure you want to see on these storms where you get the hook on the bottom and then you get the tornado on the ground. A lot of these storms are just, rain wrapped. They're rain wrapped tornadoes, and it's really hard to see. There's been a few, though, today up in Nebraska that were doing pretty well, but that one up north in Nebraska that just went tornado warned is not looking ideal on velocity. I mean, there's some areas of rotation on velocity, so I'm not ruling it out, but definitely not the more impressive storm I've seen today. That's without a doubt. We officially passed 800 subscribers, guys. I really appreciate it. We're like 813 now. I really appreciate it. These last couple of days, y'all have been really contributing and being very supportive. Trying to get to 1,000. We're less than 200 away now from 1,000 subscribers for my goal at the end of the month. So hopefully we get there. Continuing coverage of severe weather outbreak happening right now in Texas, as well as a tornado warning in Nebraska and a tornado warning in Kansas. Nebraska and Kansas both look a little sloppy on radar. And this Texas one right here was the nicest looking one, and it is quickly becoming not that. What happened was, well, actually, I'll put it in play here so we can see. Almost looks like it. You can see it kind of goes hook right here, and then just absorbs into the back of the storm. So it was hooked, and then it was gone. And that happens. It is what it is. All right, so we'll go ahead and put that in stop mode here. Let's check some live streams. Let's see what live streams are doing here. Let's go to live storm chasers or live storm chasing and see what is happening in the areas. I think Bob is trying to catch up with this storm. I don't know. I'm pulling some live streams here, trying to see what we're looking at here. Still following this tornado warning, though. Approaching White Deer, Texas. We do know there's a new tornado warning in Nebraska, and I believe there's still a tornado warning in Kansas. I'm going to try to pull some footage so we can see. There's just not much going on right now. I'm waiting for like maybe the Dodge City storm to do something, but it really isn't doing anything. And there's not a lot of people live streaming either. So there's not a lot of people live streaming these storms either because they're just not really doing anything. So let's pull up radar here. Let's just, golly, man. Let's go ahead and go back north here to these storms that are still producing tornado warnings. Periton. Periton's pretty much right in the rotation now. This could be a big-time tornado here in a second for Periton, Texas. Let's go and pull velocity, see what we're looking at here. See how it's looking. Is this confirmed? Geez, Periton right on top of you. Wow. So there's a rotation tightening. There's Periton. So Periton very well might be seeing a lowering right on top of them right now. So Periton, Texas, pretty much right underneath the rotation right now. Here's the tightening area. I just circled the town. So certainly hope there's no active tornado right now on the ground. If there is, we're going to have problems. You can see the actual hook happening here, coming right down right where that rotation would be. get your inflow kicking into this little notch here. I mean, that's right on top of Periton. So this is a new tornado warning. This goes until 8:45 p.m. Central Time. This is radar indicated rotation. Again, Periton right on top of you right now. So definitely want to be paying attention to that. Looks like maybe it's being kind of absorbed into with the rain a little bit too. Could become rain wrapped if there is a tornado on the ground. Something that's something to play with. That, I mean, that's right on top of you. Also, looks like maybe some hail tucked in there as well to pay attention to. Let's pull some live streams here, see if anybody is near the town. I don't think anybody's chasing the storm. Nobody's chasing the storm right now. This is unbelievable. Let's pull up YouTube and see if Texas storm chasers are still on it. And see if they can see anything. All right, let's see. Texas storm chasers. Okay, so after the ad goes through, we'll see if they're close to a tornado or not right now. All right, let's go ahead and take it over to Texas Storm Chasers on YouTube. They are live streaming. We're just going to break over there very briefly to show you guys exactly what is going on over there. Let me blow it up so you guys can actually see it. So this is courtesy of Texas Storm Chasers live stream on YouTube. Tornado warning does include Periton, Texas. So we are monitoring this active tornado warning. This is right over the town. They're probably driving through. Look at the rotation in that storm too. Pretty incredible stuff considering. Pretty incredible stuff considering it's going right over town right now. We won't stay on this live stream for very long, as this is not for broadcast, so I got to get off of here pretty soon. But definitely showing some rotation right now, right over Periton, Texas. This is courtesy of TexasStormChasers.com. Texas Storm Chasers on social media. Some of the best in the game, for sure. You can see some rotation, but nothing terribly low. Yeah, there you go. Let's get up there. You can see the rotation right above them. This is directly over Periton, Texas, right now. And my title says rotation nearing the town. It's in the town right now. Definitely inside the town. That storm back to the south that was near White Deer has weakened pretty well. The storm to its north in Periton is the one we're watching. Still with some pretty tight rotation. Let's head back to radar here for Periton. You can see still the rotation pretty much directly over the town here. Also, a pretty significant hail core, and these guys have already been beat by the hail today. So let's go and pull up velocity. And you can see kind of the tightness a little now south of town that they were live streaming directly above them. Right along US 83, you can certainly see the tightening of the rotation there. That's kind of what you want to watch for on radar when trying to spot a tornado. Let me check chat. I know I've been missing the chats here for a few minutes. Pretty good video of a Kansas tornado on Twitter. Colby GW13. All right, let me pull that up. Definitely still some really good rotation on that Periton storm. You'll see it here when radar updates. Whatever was on that Twitter page is no longer there. Probably got it taken down. Let's see here. I'm trying to keep up with conversations over here. So you're just tuning in. We do have a tornado warning. Includes Periton. Actually, the rotation is basically right on top of Periton. We do not have a report yet of a tornado. However, we were watching Texas storm chasers. I'm still monitoring them on a tab. I do not see a tornado on the ground just yet, but we're certainly watching it. Lots of storm chasers out. We know that. They're kind of getting in position here. I'm going to see what they're seeing. Whatever it is, it looks rain wrap for certain, which makes sense because of where it's located in the supercell. It's really tucked in there. So rotation being, again, right there. Periton probably, oh, man. Radar update pretty much puts that rotation right on top of Periton. Again, maybe occluding to the north a little bit. Periton's still not out of a rotation is directly on top of you. I do not have a confirmation of a tornado. Live storm, Texas storm chasers do have a wall cloud though, but I do not see a tornado below it. Still watching Texas storm chasers with a pretty decent wall cloud. Definitely rotating. Could produce a tornado any moment in the town of Periton. We'll hop over there for just 1 second so you guys can see that stream. This is the wall cloud happening right now directly over the town of Periton. Pretty significant. You can see the rotation on it. Definitely see some rapid movements from that wall cloud. This is, again, directly over Periton, Texas. That is where the rotation is located. Courtesy of Texas storm chasers. I don't see anything popping below it just yet, or anything, any ground circulation. So there is a tornado. It would probably impact the town a little bit the way it's looking. I think it might be just outside of town now. So if a tornado is impacting, I think it'll be okay. It seems to be outside of town now. So we actually might have a little bit of stuff being kicked up down here. Could be a tornado on the ground there right outside of town. Really hard to tell from that video. Let's hop back over to that storm definitely occluded to the north. Wow, that's crazy. Let's go back to radar here real quick. I don't think this one's quite loaded up yet. Look at that rotation, just massive. There it is. It updated. Man, Periton, it's just bouncing around Periton. It originally came in this direction, and then it kind of went south, and now it's kind of shooting back north a little bit. Definitely bouncing around the town. Very well could be a tornado here at any moment on this Periton. On this tornado near Periton. Keep an eye on it for a couple more minutes here before we end the live stream for the night. I'm also monitoring any other storms. We got tornado warning still in Kansas, northwest Kansas. Not doing terribly impressive, but yeah, I think that is it. And tornado warning still in Nebraska. Okay, yeah, I see it. So tornado warning in Kansas, tornado warning in Nebraska. A very small tornado warning in Nebraska. Very tiny. And then the rest are Texas. So it has been one of those days. Definitely some rotation now back on a storm near Lubbock, Texas. Something to kind of keep an eye on. But right now, this storm is the storm. Periton. I'm still watching Texas Storm Chasers live stream. We're waiting to see if it maybe kicks up a brief tornado or not. Definitely a pretty decent looking rotating wall cloud that has hopefully moved away from the town. The biggest fear was the rotation, which is okay. Here, hold on. It updated on me. Here's the rotation. It's actually nearing the airport now. This is probably all still populated area. Let's zoom in a little bit here. Let's cancel that. Let's zoom in a little bit. Okay, so now we get some roadways here. So here's look how close this is, guys. Here's the town of Periton. Here is where your tornado would be. Okay, incredibly close. I mean, we're talking just maybe even like a mile or two. So right here would be the tornado. Right here is Periton. 2 miles outside of town, guys. 2 miles is the difference between destruction and no destruction. That is insane. Very close tornado to Periton right now. Or I guess possible tornado. Very close rotation to Periton right now. I do not believe it's doing any tornado yet. I'm still peeking over at live streams, seeing if they see anything. And I don't see anything, so. This is still all for that PDS tornado watch. Actually, I think this area isn't a PDS tornado watch. This is a regular tornado watch. Across the Texas Panhandle, the PDS tornado watch stops at the Kansas-Oklahoma line. Still monitoring some other radar data from other storms. I don't see. No, I don't see any tornado on the ground on this period. Certainly looks like there should be a tornado on the ground. Really rapid rotation. Still tornado warning out, of course. Do you have reports of sirens going off still, though? Right here is where that tornado would be. Insanely close to the town. Like crazy close. And that's what I've been saying all day. Is these storms have been bouncing around dodging towns left and right. Let me see here. All right. Still waiting for an update there. Let's check live stream again over here. See if anything's happening. The storm must be moving extremely slow because it looks like the wall cloud on there hasn't even moved. Moving east at 25 miles per hour. That's radar update. Kind of weakened out the rotation that was right here, which is good if you live in like small towns like Twitchell, or if you're at the airport right now. Looks like it's weakened out pretty well. I don't see much going on the live stream right now, so it seems like for the most part today was just not a prolific tornado producer as we expected. You know, when we came in, I mean, this storm actually looks like it's starting to just completely die. When we came in today, we were expecting multiple tornadoes, big tornadoes, and sometimes that happens where we just don't get that. It just doesn't happen. Happens all the time. It's good though if you live in the area. I'm gonna go ahead and do one more thing here. I'm gonna take you guys over to the Storm Prediction Center website, and I'm going to show you today's storm reports thus far. Get that caption off the bottom because that's not accurate. Blow it up so you guys can see it. This is Storm Prediction Center's website. Storm reports today, if you guys can see this, a total of, here I'll zoom in actually. Here are the storm reports today. At least the ones that reported, and you see a lot of tornado reports up in Nebraska. That's where the majority of them were. Even a couple down here in Kansas, and then again right here. So it makes you wonder, why wasn't there tornadoes anywhere in this area where we were kind of expecting them to be? I mean, it could be anything. It could be maybe a capping, and the cap didn't bust, so the storms couldn't initiate and blow up like they did down here in Texas and down and up here. But that's where a majority of the nice tornadoes were, southwest Nebraska today. But in total, 24 tornado reports thus far. It's still happening. Look at the wind reports, 286 wind reports. Not even from our storms. Look at the Northeast, y'all. Look at the amount of wind reports in the Northeast. That's incredible. Even one on the border to Canada in Maine. When will it happen here? No idea. 110 hail reports, a couple up there, but most of those hail reports coming from these more significant severe storms back here to the west. But total reports 420. You know, it is what it is. We were expecting a little bit more, but that is tornado outbreak, technically. But so before I go for the night, guys, and in the live stream, I know there's still tornado warnings out there. I am unfortunately pretty much beat almost 6 hours of live streaming today, and I have to do it all over again tomorrow. So I'm going to try to eat some food and get some sleep, but make sure you guys subscribe. Please subscribe. Means the world to me if y'all get on that train and subscribe for me. My goal again is 1,000 for the end of the month. I think we're a little over 700 now. Last time I checked, it was like 700 and some change. So I'm trying to get to 1,000 subscribers for the end of the month. That's the goal. Continuing coverage of tornado outbreaks will extend in tomorrow. I know tomorrow, again, is another big day for tornadoes. So we want to pay attention to that as well. So we'll kind of keep in touch for tomorrow, but a little bit less than what we expected today, but that's okay. I'd rather have that than, complete mayhem, people getting injured. It's always good to see that no tornadoes really hit any structure that I know of yet. But for now, we're going to log off. If storms start picking up again and we get some tornado reports coming in and some big tornadoes are on the ground, I'll come back and do another live. But right now, we got some weak storms producing maybe some brief spin-ups in the open land, so I'm not going to stay on for hours and cover that. Thank you guys so much for watching. Also, one more, make sure you join our public group. We have a Facebook group now. Casey and I are running over there. Hop on over if you want to talk about weather. Send in your own weather pictures. We can talk about when I go live and when the next severe storm outbreak happens, or when a hurricane's going to happen too. It's hurricane season coming up. Starts in less than a week. So hop on over there. But until next time, guys, thank you so much. Be sure to subscribe, and I'll talk to you all.